And good evening. I believe we're now ready to begin our deliberation. So the commission will be in order. And welcome to the July regular meeting of the Planning Commission. I think we'll begin with reports from the virtual dais. And so we'll go from left to right and begin with Mr. Baller.
All right, well, thanks. Hello, everybody. Couple things I just wanted to mention were around grounds. The demolition of the Dynamics building over at the IVM corridor is underway, and a lot of the utility enabling seems to have started over there. So that project, to enable the Data Science Institute as well as the conference center and hotel that we're building over there. So that's, finally getting underway after lots and lots of planning. So that's exciting to see. And as everybody probably saw this weekend, we did take down the George Rogers Clark statue over near the corner, and the base and the statue are in storage. So moving forward, that's about all I have for now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Russell.
Yeah, I do have one update on the Fontaine Avenue Streetscape project. There, council will be reviewing the project next Monday on 7/19. They will be looking at the design, and I believe after that, authorization will be sought from VDOT to begin right-of-way phase authorization and 90% drawings. And more information is available on the project website, including previous meetings and the current presentation of design on fontainestreetscape.com/design public hearing with dashes between design and public.
Right. And Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yep, so we just had one meeting between our last meeting and now. That was a special session of TJPDC to apply for a housing preservation grant for the rural counties. So that doesn't really affect us, but just today we received an announcement of a statewide PDC housing development grant. And so that will be 40 million total, but 2 million flowing through the PDC to stimulate affordable housing and regional initiatives to address it. And next Tuesday, we will have a meeting of the MPO Technical Committee. That's our point.
Awesome. We have a new commissioner with us tonight. Mr. Bob, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Karim Habab. I'm completing the remainder of a previous appointment to the commission. My term will end August 31st in 2022. And I believe my predecessor sat on the neighborhood leaders meeting and the KTAC Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee, but I don't believe they have had any meetings since my joining. I joined the commission because I felt, I'm sure everyone else does on the commission, that I can serve the wonderful community that I live in. I've worked at an architecture firm for the last 6 years, and I've actually stood in front of this commission as an applicant previously. So I know all the work it takes to get projects here, and also I'm aware of the impact the commission has on the city. And as I said, I think in the last work session, I'm joining at a pretty interesting, crucial time, and there's a lot of work to be done. I'm happy to be part of the process. So, thank you.
Well, welcome, and we are tickled to have you on board. I don't believe Ms. Dow is on board. Are you here? I don't see her. So we'll then move on to Mr. Zoliates.
Housing Advisory Committee met to discuss a new concept for the future land use map, and voted that we consider that same concept tonight. More soon.
Great update. And Mr. Leandra.
Good evening. I attended the Board of Architectural Review meeting on June 15th. It was a rather quick meeting. We had 5 applications to consider, and we issued 5 certificates of appropriateness for those applications. The Tree Commission has deferred its meeting from last week to right now. So I'm not able to attend that meeting, but I'll report on it next month. Thank you.
All right, very good. The only meeting that I was able to make since we last met was the Parks and Rec meeting. And that group has been very, very busy. Just about everything is open now, with one notable exception. The aquatic center at Mead Park is not open and will not be opening. The reason is we just can't get enough lifeguards to support all the parks we've got. This is not unique to Charlottesville. This seems to be a nationwide problem that we just can't get the lifeguards. So it will not open this year. But the day camp is open. The day camp is fully staffed, and it's open from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 in the evening. Athletics are going very, very well, especially baseball and softball. All of those are fully staffed and pretty active. So with that, I'll pass the ball to Ms. Creasy.
Sure, needed to unmute there. We don't have a work session scheduled for later this month at this point, so I anticipate that we won't at this point in time. We do want to clarify just a bit for the public that there is not a new land use map under consideration for the commission this evening. There's a proposal with some ideas that the commission will be looking at this evening from the Housing Advisory Committee. But if anyone was concerned that they had missed a step in the process, that there hasn't been a misstep, that the commission is going to have the opportunity to hear from some members of the Housing Advisory Committee about some thoughts and ideas they have concerning the land use map. And there'll be many opportunities to come for moving forward. If you as a public member have some comments that you want to provide tonight concerning any of these things, do make sure during matters from the public to share that information with the commission. And that's it.
And what a wonderful segue. Why don't we move on to matters to be presented by the public that are not on the formal agenda. So if you want to talk about the future land use map, this would be the opportunity to do that. If you want to talk about the critical slope waiver that's later on in the evening, this would be an opportunity to do that. If you want to talk about the rezoning or the right-of-way issues that we will be dealing with, I'd ask you to wait until we get to those items, and we'll open up for public discussion when we get to those items. So, Mr. Rice, are there folks in the lobby that would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Mitchell, and indeed they are at this time. If you would like to address the Planning Commission on matters not on the formal agenda, please click your raise hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. We'll call on you on the order of hands raised, and you'll have 3 minutes for comment. Our first speaker is Bill Emery. Bill, you're on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
And welcome, Bill.
I wanted to thank John for his diligence in trying to reach me at your work session. I'd gone out to dinner with my daughter, and I failed to lower my hand. So I deeply apologize for that. What I know you guys are concerned about, you've seen all the articles in the New York Times and are concerned about canopy equity in the city of Charlottesville and just the lack of canopy in general, particularly, of course, Jody. And Jody, thank you for your excellent service on the Tree Commission. But I did want to point out that in our zoning code, section 34-869 in R1 zoning districts, I'm not sure what, well, actually in R2 as well, there is a requirement for tree canopy. And, you know, as you guys know, you have a standing invitation to take a walking tour of East Belmont Carlton and the Willen Mills with me. but you can pretty much identify rental properties by their total lack of tree canopy. Trees, landlords, sadly, are not very enlightened people who don't really care much about tree canopy or the comfort of their tenants. And walking around the Willow Mills, you can pretty much identify every rental by the fact that it has 0 trees. Years ago, we talked about this idea of writing zoning tickets. I know that the zoning department, Craig, and they're understaffed. They have more important things to do, sadly. But certainly, I think the tree commission or neighbors would be, or Commissioner Stolzenberg with his incredible computer skills, and also with available maps from the city which show tree coverage by lot throughout the city. Be pretty easy to come up with a list, check them all, and then basically ask people to plant trees. It costs about $5 to plant a tree. It's pretty easy. Come by my house sometime and look at the trees. You can't see the house. There's so many trees. Keeps down the utility bill. So I just would encourage you to enforce the zoning code before you rewrite the zoning code. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
Next, we have Philip Harway. Philip, you're on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Philip, welcome. You'll need to unmute.
Yep, there we go. Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. I've sent you an email with my basic concerns, but I know you get a lot of emails, so probably haven't had a chance to read them. I'm just going to make the following comments, though. Our neighbors in Albemarle have just adopted their new housing policy this past Wednesday. And the goals are to help tackle affordable housing in their community with other objectives, including overall housing supply and providing for community engagement, particularly on preserving existing communities. My understanding is that one of the core parts of their plan, though, is that all rezonings and special use permits will require, by definition, to be affordable and to have extended periods of affordability. I would assume that that will be up in the zoning. The plan at this point is being delayed because the commission found out that even some of the developers they've spoken to have concerns that the county will not be able to meet some of their major objectives, as do many of the citizens of Albemarle, I believe. From what I know, unless there have been significant changes, and we've been told that there haven't been any, but since the last meeting of the Planning Commission, this is a big contrast with what Charlottesville is presently considering, which is a general upzoning without any guarantees and assurances of reaching the worthy goal of more affordable housing. Our neighbors are taking a slower approach, and they're consulting, I believe, with a much broader range of affected parties. The citizens in Albemarle also realize that even though the consensus of the board is to approve the plan now, things still need to be ironed out on the specifics before they do so. To me, to others I've spoken to, it appears as if the city, through its efforts presently, are more focused on getting there quickly without adequate planning on how to get there successfully. And I know this is tough work, and I appreciate all the efforts you do, but I humbly request that the process be slowed down and that plans from our neighbors in Albemarle, as well as other communities, be seriously considered. Specifically, not allowing for rezoning or special use permits to be considered without clear definitions of how much will be provided for housing affordability and with better metrics of what is affordable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Kimber Hawkey. Kimber, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Kimber. You'll need to unmute.
Hello, how are you?
Oh,
As a As a little side note, I just want to let you know that a lot of people think that they're going to have to wait to the end of this meeting to comment on the flum. So you might get people later. So I just want to say that our family believes that this plan is faulty, inappropriate, and doesn't understand the topography or infrastructure of Charlottesville and needs to be slowed down. There appears to be a lack of economic modeling or forecasting. Where are the models for the relationship of zoning restrictions to price elasticity of demand? What is the impact of the new developments that we have on surrounding rents and prices? What's the latest estimate for construction costs? Because those are high. What's the impact on the neighborhoods? We in Belmont have already experienced the negative impact of outside businesses coming in that were judged appropriate for that area, but have impacted the neighbors in a serious way. I know 7 families who have moved. There's a failure to consider the redevelopment opportunities of unused or underutilized retail space that could be developed around the businesses. There's Fashion Square Mall that's up for sale, Kathy's Market, Foods of All Nations. There's the space across from JPJ. There's empty space on Cherry across from Salvation Army. Wright's Auto Parts is up for sale. It's over 5 acres, I believe. There are large land masses for real affordable housing, either on either side of the Belmont Bridge. There's a Collier's landmass behind Guadalajara downtown. With all that space, I think we could maybe achieve more than the supposed 4,000 units that we supposedly need. And again, really making it affordable, not 80% AMI. There's a failure to consider the university, who has a lot of land and is pushing their burden of student housing on the city. There's a failure to consider the regional context. Charlottesville is only 1% of the area. We need to bring in all of the surrounding counties to address affordable housing. What we are seeing with this plan is compromised by an ideology and an agenda that seems to be driven by a few planning commission members. The March map was a result of community input, and then 2 members of the planning commission directed RHI, according to what they stated in their meetings, that it needed to be more ambitious. This push by those of such ideology appear to be falling victim to a hostility to R1 housing, density for density's sake, and density as a form of punishment for certain neighborhoods. Well, in the end, this is just an experiment and a leap of faith. And from what I've witnessed over 20 years, there have been many, I can name 5 off the top of my head, many developments that have been pushed through on false promises of affordable housing that have never happened. And it's a big leap of faith that you're asking us to take when you haven't provided that housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kimber. And thank you, Kimber, for the reminder. If you would like to speak on the future land use map, now is the time to do it. We will not be, there will not be a public hearing regarding this at the end of the meeting. If you want to speak on this, it is now that you need to do it. Mr. Rice.
And next we have Brandon Collins. Brandon, you're on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Brandon Collins. I am an employee of FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents. FAR is a resident governed and duly recognized resident council and resident advisory board for public housing in Charlottesville. And we hope you, as always, take our comments very seriously. We work very closely with the Housing Authority on the redevelopment projects that are currently underway and projects that will be underway. So I first and foremost want to say that FAR supports the amendment to the critical slopes waiver at South First Street. I think part of the issue is, the pandemic has changed a lot of things in the world, and supply chain issues are difficult. So in order for us to move that project forward and get it done in the smartest way possible, we need that amendment to the critical slopes waiver. And I think it's the safest and smartest way to go. It's not going to impact our environment. And as previous, at the end of the day, the water quality and the streams are all going to be in better shape than when we found them. I also want to state FAR's support and enthusiasm for taking a look at what the hack is proposing in terms of these different ideas of overlays for affordability with the low intensity residential being by right, and then the medium and higher intensity requiring affordable housing as kind of an overlay. I think that combined with the many policies that are being brought forward by the consultants are going to address some of the concerns by the public who continue to be concerned that these changes won't increase affordability in our town. I don't think they're 100% genuine in some of those concerns, but I do think that this completely, well, not completely, that this really addresses those concerns. And so I asked those members of the public to really take a look at what the hack is talking about and see if that changes your mind on how we can ensure, maintain, and hold accountable affordable housing in the city of Charlottesville with the future land use map. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
And next we have Mark Cavett. Mark, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Mark, welcome.
Hi. Let me first say that I ask that you all please keep an open mind and a lot of the things that will be presented to you all tonight, as well as emails that you will be receiving. There's a group of us that have put together quite a bit of information that we feel that can achieve the goals of what this comprehensive plan desires to do, but don't feel that should be done with the comprehensive plan as is. But we do have some very concrete ideas that we feel that could be done without tearing down neighborhoods, just doing some changes on them. So I see Lyle, Rory, please take a look at what we present. Emails coming, and do consider them. Let me first say that I have many issues with the comprehensive plan as presented. I have only 3 minutes, but I need 2 hours. First issue that I feel we need to address with the community is how dense do we want the city to become? Do we want the infrastructure to support high density? Where would new schools be built? Our roads already have bottlenecks during peak times. One thing the pandemic has shown us is the ability to use technology to do more work from home. Indications are that we are going to see more work from home. Has that change been addressed? There's a movement nationwide for more people to live in urban areas, especially like Charlottesville. Demand for housing is going to remain strong for some time. We're not going to build our way out of demand. When I compare rent to other similar and even some large cities as Detroit, very easy to do. All you gotta do is go to hot pads and look at things. I noticed that our current rents are in line with other cities when comparing new constructions in the urban core. You do not see rent decrease until you get away from the urban core and look at older housing. That brings me to the Tauntaun presentation 3 years ago with state experts. I'm sorry, there were 3 experts from out of state that spoke at this seminar on the field of affordability. The bottom line from the program was that you're not going to achieve affordability housing with new construction. New construction is inherently expensive, that it would be better to renovate and repair older housing to achieve more affordable housing. My nephew lives outside Chapel Hill. He's currently investigating housing within the city. He's finding that 1-bedroom apartments that have been built in the past 3 years are renting for just over $1,600. We talk about affordable housing. What we're really talking about is who can afford these apartments. In the future, I and others have recommendations we'll be making recommendations at future meetings. What we really have here in our area is a income disparity. That's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Charles Neer. Charles, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
And welcome, Charles. And you need to unmute your mic.
My wife's helping here. I'm not a Zoomer. Hey, so listen, I am talking about the proposed unit development at the bottom of the street of Chestnut Street and on Carlton Avenue. Am I talking the right time? I see your hand. Huh? What? Stop.
You're talking about the 1206 Carlton Avenue.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, we'll have a public hearing on that next.
Later?
So, yeah, in a minute, right after this.
All right. Well, I'll
So-
wait. Calling me again. I'm
Yep.
sorry to have interjected myself here.
Sure.
And next we have Karen Neer. You're on with the Planning Commission, Karen. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Karen. And you,
Hello. Well, sorry. Is that too loud?
you've got a little bit of an echo.
So sorry.
Oh, that's
Is
good.
that too
We're good.
loud?
No, you're good. Please go ahead.
I'm also want to speak about the Carlton Avenue. So
Your
I'll wait
opportunity to
until
do
my
that,
turn.
This is not the appropriate time. Your opportunity, we'll do that. We'll be at the next public hearing. And we're going to have that in about 15, 20 minutes. So we'll give you a chance to come back and speak then. And thank you.
And next we have Laura Bayazan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Laura.
Welcome, Laura. And looks like Laura vanished.
I think we lost Laura. Next we have Jake Gold. Jake, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jake Gold. I live on Goodman Street in Belmont. I'll keep this brief really because I didn't want to talk. Earlier, Ms. Hockey said that Belmont residents don't like new development, don't support pushes for more denser housing in our neighborhood. And I wanted to correct the record. That could not be further from the truth. And I'd encourage her to spend more time talking to her neighbors. I've heard from any number of my neighbors here who believe the climate crisis is real and that some of the biggest strides we can take in reducing our emissions will come from building houses closest to places we work, like downtown for those of us in Belmont. That's all. Thanks.
And thank you very much, Jake.
And next we have James Groves. James, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, James.
Good evening. 3 quick comments. First, I had a chance to listen to the recording from your work session a couple weeks ago. Personally, I found it a bit eye-opening when Ms. Russell and Mr. Stolzenberg asked the consultants, Lee Einsweiler in particular, about some data about how upzoning has worked in Minneapolis and elsewhere. And he said he doesn't have any studies at his fingertips to share with us. So not saying that the upzoning is good or bad. I guess to me, it's at least a little bit of a red flag to say, well, here's the consultant, here's the zoning expert, don't know quite what's going to happen. So just an observation that resonated with me. Second thing, I work at the university and I teach design, teach from an engineering perspective. But in the design process, one of the key things that we do there is lay out requirements or goals of a design or planning process. And when I work with my students, particularly from an engineering perspective, I really push them to be quantitative. As you design a solution, what do you hope or expect to deliver, and make it numerical? And when I think about the process that I'm observing, and so far there's sometimes it's like, okay, you have a little bit about the number of demolitions. You have an idea about how many deeply affordable units you want to deliver. But I would encourage you as a group to go further and say by 2025, 2030, 2040, what do we want the occupancy rate in residential, in rental units to be? How many, middle income affordable housing units do you want? So on and so forth. There's a whole set of metrics, and in a sense, put yourself on a hook, not just to say, well, we tried to do something for affordability, we tried to do something for equity, but to really define quantitatively through a whole set of potential measures or goals. What is it we're hoping to achieve with this plan? My last comment is a shift to a number of people talk about getting UVA engaged or making sure you engage with them. One of the things about UVA is, they've set their goals, I think 2030 to be carbon neutral, 2045 or 2050 to be fossil fuel free, but they've excluded faculty, staff, transportation, and commuting from those numbers. And when you think about the university, in a sense, I think they're kind of, it's a tough nut to crack, but they're kind of shirking their duties. And if you think about the fact that they're avoiding that, plus the students in the community who cause others to have to commute, I would put the university under, light a little bit of a fire under them, because they are helping to contribute to a lot of commuting, a lot of emissions, a portion of our climate problem that you should be trying to solve through this planning action. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
And it looks like Laura joined us again, so I'm going to try to go back to her chair. Laura,
welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Yep, my name is Laura. My husband, myself, and our 22-month-old twins live in a middle-income community called Amherst Commons. It's at the end of Amherst Street off of Rose Hill Drive near Barracks Rugby. My husband is a Filipino immigrant. He grew up in Charlottesville and shared one duplex between 3 families, so he is no stranger to the need for affordable housing. We are both nurses and veterans who are excited to move back to Charlottesville and bought our first house just this past year. Just today, we learned through Seaville Weekly that our neighbor's lot, clearly visible behind us, is set to be zoned as a high intensity zone. Essentially, a 5-story apartment complex could be built in our backyard if our lovely neighbor, who is actually extremely proud of her land. Her father, back in the 1950s, is a Black man and was able to own way more land than you would like expect for, or that at that time that many Black folks could even own. And so anyway, if she ever decides to sell, we are just very stressed out and wondering if we need to sell our house like within the year before our property value plummets due to this zoning. If I were a buyer looking for a single family home, I would be really turned off if I saw the zoning abutting our single family backyard was high intensity. In conclusion, my neighbors in Amherst and I will likely be very adversely impacted by this zoning. My husband, like I said, is from a Charlottesville low income family and was able to rise to the middle class through a lot of hard work, only to see our property value like this suffer possibly at this point through this misguided zoning in our particular area. We really ask that you please consider the residential homes of Amherst Commons. It's not just our home, but we have a 12-home neighborhood and association. Please just consider doing the moderate intensity zoning behind our community as like a buffer between us and then a higher intensity zoning. We invite you all to please come to visit our neighborhood, see what we're talking about, how this could really adversely impact our values. We don't have a lot of wooded area or a lot of like shield from the properties that abut us to our rear. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Laura.
And next we have Doug Cleveland. Doug, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Doug. And Doug, you need to unmute your mic. There you go.
Am I here?
Yep.
Hi, and thank you for giving us the time to share our thoughts with you. I am 15 or so year resident of Charlottesville, having moved here from a different part of the state. And I'm calling in today for basically 3 questions that are all interrelated. And they're basically, I'm putting them out there for you to consider and hope that I'm not the only one who has these questions. I know that I'm not in one way or another. And I'm sure that it would be really helpful to a lot of us if all of you, either tonight or as time goes forward, could help us address them. And thank you again, Missy, for helping us get our work across the finish line a couple of weeks ago. Our neighborhood, meaning our street, conducted a survey in order to provide you with the results prior to the last meeting, not the work session, but the meeting before that. And we were actually able to conduct a survey of our street, which is in North Downtown. And it is a small street, 30 plus residents, households. And so obviously a very discrete and narrow slice of the Charlottesville community, but still a part of it. And whatever our distinctions are from any other part, one thing that is probably very representative is that for at least a large part of the community, I found out, I should say, but the survey showed without any question that we found out about this process long into the process and the particular issues that are being raised and the proposals that are being made. I'm not asking for anything in particular. We weren't asking for anything in particular. We were voicing opposition, but we were very concerned, thank you, very concerned about finding out about what seemed like very dramatic proposals so far into the process. I know the chair has expressed an interest in getting this process across the finish line quickly during the current city council tenure. That would be great, but I hope it doesn't come at the expense of our ability as residents, participants, hopefully, in this process for having the ability to be part of that. I'm going to drop it back to 1 to 2 questions. Rory in the work session mentioned, asked a question of the planners of the scale that was going to be possible if you were to join, say, 4 lots together. I've tried to get a sense of the scale from both the proposed materials and from driving around. And I see 2 buildings, the Tractor Supply adjacent building and the one behind the dairy building that seem to be sort of at the max of what's being proposed. And if that's true, I would hope that somebody could help us understand that mass, that volume. And if it's not true, I hope somebody would be able to help us understand how it's not true, and over time, what that would mean. Sorry for going over my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jonathan Rice. Jonathan, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you. See, I have a very specific concern with the future land use map. I live on Meriwether Street, which is nestled between Little High and East High Street. And at the dead end of the street, the urban mixed use corridor zoning category has been applied to 2 lots that have always been residential there. And this is troublesome for a number of reasons, and it seems totally inconsistent with the notion of having a gradual transition between high density and low density areas. The urban mixed use corridor category allows buildings as high as 8 stories. Potentially, most of the houses on Meriwether at this time are single-story ranch houses. So this would be a pretty obvious clash. The other thing is the traffic. This is a really narrow street, and we don't have sidewalks covering the street, and everybody who lives here is obliged to walk in the street. And that's only really safe and possible because of, there's no cut through traffic and there's no big business at the dead end to generate a lot of traffic. We have a lot of senior citizens. We have a lot of families with young children. We have people with disabilities, et cetera. And we're really concerned. It's part of the Little High neighborhood with improving the walkability of our neighborhood and the bikeability. And we don't want to feel like we have to get in our cars to be able to navigate short distances. And so I've sent several emails asking for clarification on what exactly is the thinking here with the zoning, but I haven't heard back. I would appreciate some sort of clarification on that. And by the way, I just want to add, we have no problem whatsoever with the urban mixed use corridor being along East High. None whatsoever. That's totally fine. We think that's actually a good place to build, higher buildings and denser buildings. It's not a problem. We are concerned with traffic. We are concerned with having good boundaries and transitions. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Jonathan.
Sorry, Chair, 1 second. And next we have Benjamin Heller. Benjamin, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Benjamin.
Hi, thanks a lot. I wanted to follow up on what James Groves had to say. It's pretty shocking that Lee Einsweiler said that he had no studies at his fingertips about Chicago or Minneapolis, given that Freemark has a paper from 2019 and Daniel Keelman from 2021 that both show that the effect was a rapid capitalization of development value into land prices. But this is just of a piece with the lack of analytical rigor that I've noticed in this plan and the backing of this plan. There is no model of induced demand. When San Francisco looked at this, they found that for every 100 new market rate condos, they needed 20 to 40 new affordable units just to break even. Have you done this analysis for Charlottesville? Do you know whether RHI could do this analysis? Do you have a model of filtering? How luxury apartments work their way down into lower market segments? Because it turns out the one academic work on filtering that looks at multiple MSAs shows that Charlottesville is one of the few MSAs where filtering works in reverse. So where's your model for that? Where's your model of the realistic marginal cost of new construction? Because there won't be new construction below marginal cost. Most national figures show that's not likely to be below $200 a square foot without land. And the average sale price for Charlottesville is only about $300. So how are you going to create supply under those circumstances? And what's the evidence for upzoning as a tonic for housing affordability? Event studies of new supply show minimal impact on the values of adjacent rents in adjacent properties. Look at the studies of Eicher from 2018, Illenfeld from 2007, Quigley and Rosenthal 2008, Glazer and Ward 2009, Lynn and Wachter 2019. All show very small single-digit effects on home prices and rents for large differences in land use regulation intensity. And when you look at the impact of income inequality, it's much greater. So if you free developers to build luxury housing and you increase income inequality, you're going to vitiate any impact that you have from loosening land use land use restrictions. So the bottom line is, like James Groves said, you can't do this with zero analytical rigor. You're very likely to get us to a very different place than you aim to get us. So what we have is no models. We have a model of where restrictive covenants were 50 years ago, but no econometric models of what you're going to do and the effect that it's going to have. And it's just kind of very disappointing, maybe even a little bit of a joke. Thank you.
And thank you very much.
And next we have Willow Gale. Willow, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Willow. And you'll need to unmute your mic, Willow. Need you to unmute your mic. Still muted. All right, why don't we go on to Elizabeth, Mr. Price, and we'll come back to Willow after Elizabeth.
Okay, Elizabeth Carpenter, you are on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to take a moment just to speak to the urgency of affordable housing as a public health issue. I've heard lots of comments urging caution as we proceed, and I certainly want us to be smart about this, but this is a public health crisis. I have done home visiting, community health nursing with low-income families, and I can guarantee you that every classroom in our public schools has kids who are either actively homeless or on the verge of homelessness all the time. So we should not use Albemarle as our marker. I think somebody suggested that earlier. They've been very slow to the game. I'm glad they're hopping on board, but they should not be our vision. And I just really want to express how urgent this is as a public health issue for the members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
And if anybody else would like to address our commission, please click the raise hand icon or press *9 if you're joining us by phone.
This, once again, will be the only opportunity to speak regarding the future land use map. And if you're already spoken, I think, has Doug spoken already?
He has.
Okay, if you've already spoken, I think we're going to see if there's anyone else who wants to speak first.
Chair, I see no other hands raised except for Doug's.
All right, Doug, go ahead. Please keep it brief if you would. And Kimber, I see you up as well. Keep it brief. You got 1 minute.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to addend. I ran out of time last time. A very quick extra note on the survey that we ran, because it's the flip side of us feeling a little blindsided. That's my word, but just feeling like we were finding out way late with the train already basically leaving the station, if not already way down the tracks. We got a very great response rate in a very quick turnaround, about 24 hours from dropping surveys off at the houses, rental apartments, and then collecting them. We got about a 60% response rate, and that doesn't even take account of the fact that a bunch of folks were away for a long weekend and that sort of thing. So the point there being, if there is an opportunity to engage, a good chunk of us will engage with you or with the process more appropriately, and we look forward to the opportunity. Thanks again for.
Thanks.
And next we have Kimber Hawkey, who has also already spoken.
And you've got 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry. I just have to respond to Jake Cold. I completely did not say what he claims I say. He twisted my words. I did not say that we did not want more affordable housing in Belmont. What I said is we want real affordable housing in appropriate areas. I also cited the 80% AMI that I don't believe is real affordable housing. And I also pointed to inappropriate businesses that moved into the area that negatively affected the neighbors. And then I pointed to areas where we could build. So saying that I'm stating for the whole of Belmont, which is completely false. I said our family feels this way. And saying that I'm against affordable housing is a complete false narrative. Thank you.
All right, and with that, I think we're going to end our public hearing. We're going to end matters to be presented by the public that are not on formal agenda. And we have a council quorum. Councilor Hill, is council in order?
Yes, Chair Mitchell, I believe that we are. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready then to go into
Chair Mitchell, if you all can finish the consent real quick.
Thank you, minutes.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for slowing me down. Lyle, do you have a motion?
I do. I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved. Thank you, Ms. Creasy, for slowing me down. You often have to do that. Okay, now, I think we're ready to begin our joint meeting, our joint public hearing session. And the first two items on the docket are one, a rezoning application, and the other is a special use permit application. So ZM 21-00001 and SP 21-00004. The application is for a vacant lot located at 1206 Carlton Avenue. The lot is currently zoned R2, residential 2-family. By right, 1 2-family dwelling is allowed on that lot. The requested rezoning will be to R3, residential multifamily medium density. And the following special use permit would then allow the applicant to build 8 units on that lot, and with a mixture of 1 and 2 bedroom units. They will also, they're also proposing to provide 8 on-site parking spaces on that lot. The other thing the applicant is asking for is a change in the setback. They're asking to move the setback from 13 feet to 8 feet. So the way we're going to manage this is we're going to have the NDS team give us a quick overview. We'll then have the applicant give us a quick presentation, and then we will have a public hearing. After the public hearing, we will then have 2 votes, a vote on the rezoning application, and if that passes, then we'll have a vote on the special use permit. So I think Mr. Alfie is managing this this application.
Yes, Chair, thank you. City Council, Planning Commission, tonight you'll be holding a public hearing for a rezoning and special use permit for the proposed development at 1206 Carlton Avenue. Management Services, Inc., represented by Justin Schimpf of Schimpf Engineering, has submitted 2 applications, ZM 210001 and SP 210004. These requests are needed for the owner to develop an 8-unit apartment building on the subject property. The first step of the proposal is to rezone the subject property from R2 low density 2-family residential to R3 medium density residential. As part of the rezoning request, the applicant is not proposing any proffers. A rezoning of the subject property would change the by right density from approximately 4 dwelling units per acre to 21 dwelling units per acre. Although this is a little misleading, as dwelling units per acre is not used below R3. It's not used in the R2 and the R1 districts. You only use basic unit counts, 1 or 2 units. As the lot sits currently, the max residential units that could be built would be a 2-family dwelling at 21 dwelling units per acre on the subject property would accommodate 5 units by right. As part of the SUP request, the applicant is requesting the density be increased from 21 DUA to 31 DUA. The applicant is also requesting the side setback be modified from 13 feet to 8 feet. The applicant has indicated the height of the building would be approximately 40 feet, but no greater than the R3 allotment of 45 feet. The subject property has frontage on Carlton Avenue, and the proposed development would utilize the rear alley to access Bainbridge Street. Public comment has been limited, but what comment staff has received is related to parking for the proposed development. Residents are concerned that the code required 8 parking spaces will not be enough for this development, and the overflow parking will impact the surrounding neighborhood, especially the homes on Chestnut Street. As you review the application tonight, keep in mind that these are 2 separate applications and could be approved or denied by City Council individually. The rezoning offers no proffers, and the proposed development plan is only tied to the SUP and not the rezoning request. With that, I can take any questions before turning it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Hey, let's go from left to right. Mr. Ballmer.
I'm okay. I don't have any questions. Thanks.
And Ms. Russell.
I have no questions for staff.
Mr. Stelzenberg.
No question.
Mr. Bob.
No questions.
Ms. Dow, are you here yet? Okay, Mr. Zoliates.
Great report. Thank you. No questions.
Mr. Lindra.
Wow. No questions. It's all.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Justin, you got the ball.
All right, good evening. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good, okay. Justin Schimpf, the engineer for the project. Kelsey Schlein is with me, as always. She really does a lot of the legwork on these, put together a whole application, everything in front of you. And she's going to talk a little bit about some of our neighborhood communication. We have a brief presentation Joe, could you share that? We can go through that. Thank you. All right, now, this will be familiar to some members of the commission as I think it was back in 2018, we had a very similar project we brought before you. Location is on Carlton, right across from Chestnut Street. It's in a mixture of residential and commercial as the neighborhood goes. We have some photos we'll show you, give you some neighborhood context if you're not familiar. Next slide, please. Here's a site plan. It is largely unchanged from the original, with the exception of we just mixed up the unit count. We have 4 one-bedroom units proposed and 4 two-bedrooms. The last proposal was 6 two-bedrooms. So it's the same number of bedrooms as proposed previously. We've added some more kitchens. We feel like those sort of units are really, the market is way short of them, and this building is set to be a very simple, economical apartment building for folks who are working in the area, who want to be able to walk or bike, not to deal with commuting and all the things that come along with that. We have one of the things that was discussed last time, I'll touch on briefly, was there was a question about the alley access, and we did clear that up. We had an attorney do the title work for that, who provided an update that we do have access to that. We've met with the owner across from us, who's welcome to our paving and fixing of the alley to correct its potholes and things of that nature. So that's been established at this point. That I think was up in the air a little bit last time. We've also had some conversations with neighbors about parking. If I could maybe get Kelsey to jump in for a minute. She's communicated with some folks and can tell you a little bit about what we've been asked and what we've looked into. And then I'll jump back in and finish things up.
Sure thing. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kelsey Schlein. I'm a planner with Shimp Engineering. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. We do know that parking is one of the main concerns from nearby residents about this development. It was a main concern back in 2018. It remains a concern with this application before you tonight. We are open, and committed to exploring solutions. We did communicate with the owner of 1208 Carlton, who recently constructed a parking lot, to see if there was an opportunity or any appetite for a shared parking agreement at some point in the future. At this point, there's no interest from that owner, but I think there's a few more options that we could explore in the area for existing parking lots. We are interested in finding a resolve to this concern. However, we're not interested in resolving that concern by constructing additional parking. We meet the parking requirement, and where we'll can hopefully have the opportunity to continue to work with nearby businesses to see if their complementary shared parking agreement could take shape at some point in the future. Justin, I'll turn it back over to you.
One of the things about these developments, and we certainly hear it often, and the Planning Commission hear it more than we do because you're here for all the meetings, we're here just for some. But these one bedrooms, I think what Kelsey, in this particular census tract, it's something effective. 30% of people don't have access to a car.
Yeah.
So this idea, is that right?
Yeah, 34% of renters, and so that would be the demographic here.
Renters. So while we certainly understand there's for folks who live in single family houses, the idea of not having a car seems foreign. For folks who are renting a one bedroom in this location, it means saving hundreds of dollars per month not having a car. So this is really a way to enhance affordability is to provide accessibility to folks. And I think that's important here. So this location really, to us, speaks to that. That's why we did not propose or build a duplex after the 2018. We just felt like that was not an appropriate use of this land, and that things have changed. There's been a lot of discussion in the last 3 years about that, and then also the future land use map and the thoughts have evolved since this started back in 2018. If we go to the next, just a reminder for folks who, go back one slide, sorry, a reminder for folks who didn't see this last time. We have worked with a traffic engineer. We have a one-way entrance off Carlton, because that is a narrow street, but the one-way entrance is a safe entrance, and then we exit out the alley. So there's no traffic concerns. The staff outlined many other factors favor this. Technical details I won't get into. We can discuss in questions if we need to. Next slide, please. these are not proffered type elements. We did want to give people an idea of scale and massing, and it would likely be a residential house type construction essentially. It's be a wood stick frame building. Thankfully wood prices are headed in a direction where we can build this project, I think. So the example you see, it's really kind of references a 4-story in some places. Really, it's a 3-story with like a rooftop terrace space. The R3 requires kind of an enclosed recreation space, and that's how we meet that standards with that 3rd floor recreation. It's not a 4-story building though, as proposed. Next slide, please. So this is the current zoning map. You'll be familiar if you've seen it. There's this strange little R2 parcel in the middle of B2 and R3 and a PUD across the street. And it was basically, and we'll have maps to show this, it was downzoned basically over time as some other parcels were in the city. And go to the next slide, please. Just a little example of context, those not familiar. The picture lower right corner is the key to all these photos. So you're starting 1, 2, 3 is us, 4, 5, 6, 7 down the street. So you'll see a collection of 6 unit, 8 unit. I don't know how big some of like the number 7, the Carlton Road. I'm not sure how many units are in that, but this side of the street is aside from the B2 property that has the 20 parking spaces, is generally residential of this form. So the zoning and special use permit we are seeking is not to really differ from what's built, but to match it. Next slide, please. These are we showed these last time, and we, for those who are not familiar, there's an interesting history of these. So in 1949, the property was zoned B1 commercial. 58, it was the mix of industrial R3 residential on the property. Next slide, please. We remained R3 in 1976. We remained R3 in 1991. And then there started to be this, I guess, use of zoning to limit density in the period of time that hopefully we're past. But if you flip the page one more time, you will see, next slide. Yep. So into, I guess it was the latest, 91, I think it changed. Is that right, Kelsey? Yeah, so that's where it flipped over to R2. And
2003.
In our 2003, excuse me, this is not labeled. Yeah, so the existing zoning map, present 2003, it changed. And back in that, we found some discussion back in the time of essentially blocks that were kind of highlighted as, oh, well, we're worried about this being developed and it should be downzoned. And it was basically spot downzoned. And we are trying to get it back into the correct zoning district based on what's around it and I think what's right for the neighborhood and really what's right for the people who would live there, most importantly. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I think this has been talked about a bit. Now, I don't want to take too much time on any particular point. I'm happy to answer questions, but the reality is, if you look at the goals that are stated by the city in terms of providing housing to folks who take alternate means of transportation and how to deal with climate change and other issues we face, these sort of infill projects are an excellent way to achieve those goals. In this particular location, we're not talking about, going into a neighborhood of 1-story houses and building a 4-story apartment complex. We're talking about building a like structure on a street near commercial, near jobs. And most critically, I think with these 8 units, it's going to give 8 families or households the opportunity to live somewhere to improve their lives. And I think that we've never said enough, and I try to say it every time, that there'll be folks worried about parking, and we realize that maybe an extra car ends up in the street now and then. Somebody gets to walk to work, somebody gets to walk to school, somebody's life is improved by living in this. And that really, when you talk about these housing projects, is super critical. And that's why we're back here several years later with a similar project. We feel strongly that's what belongs here for those reasons. So appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you should have.
Left to right, Bill, any questions?
I don't think I have any questions, but thanks for the presentation.
And Liz.
Justin, what is your anticipated rent for the 1 and 2 bedrooms respectively?
So the rents for these type of units probably are 1 bedrooms, 1,100, 1,200, something like that. And then the 2 bedrooms, maybe 1,500, something along those lines.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Up to you, Ray.
All right, so one of our standards of review, well, it might actually be for the rezoning, or for the SUP, but regardless, is compliance with the building code. I do have a question about that. So I think it came up in our last meeting that once you hit the 4th story, some additional egress requirements apply. I think I was mistaken about the elevator, but my understanding is that a 2nd stair is required at that 4th story. How are you complying with that here where you show 1 stair? Is that because that 4th story is not residential space?
Correct. It's not habitable space. So it's an amenity essentially. So we're not required, no one's sleeping up there, right? The 2 stairs come to the event, there's a fire or something like that, and you need to get folks down a stair quickly, but that's not applicable to that particular space.
Gotcha. And what exactly is that space? I mean, I know a general amenity space is required in the R3 requirements. So I'm assuming it's to comply with that. But I mean, is it just like a rooftop patio? It looks like it's enclosed.
Yeah, it's a rooftop patio. We have a pergola over it. This is conceptual at this point, but just trying to give folks a little bit of space to get out. I think it's probably over what the exact R3 square footage is. I can't remember what the number of exact amenity space is, but essentially it's a place to get up on the roof. You could have some lawn chairs, do a pergola, have a little shade over you. That's what it is.
Gotcha. Okay. Next question. Often when we see this kind of rezoning plus SUP, we see kind of the general development plan as given by the developer as committing to it, right? So if not, you have the ability to do whatever would be allowed under R3 without the SUP, right? So could you kind of explain your thinking behind the lack of that commitment here?
Well, I think so. If just zoned R3, I think Matt said we could build 5 units. So with assuming the zoning and special use permit were approved, I think we would not have to use a special use permit approval. But we'd be at 5 units, and I think the setback, it becomes 13 feet. So that becomes a fairly unworkable building. I'm not saying it can't be built, but you would get, because in the R3 is the taller you get, the setbacks increase. You might have like a 2-story building, but the economics of that start to not make sense essentially. So the reason we didn't do that, in part, we feel like this lot should have always been zoned R3, and let's say, so having it just equal zoning with its neighbors just has some logic to it. But there wasn't a whole lot you would do differently in this particular case. So I think that us with the staff didn't necessarily identify it as a big concern.
Okay. And then lastly, as I recall from the last application in 2018, that I wasn't a commissioner back then, I think it was right around the time I was being appointed. It was a 6-unit building with 1 unit proffered as affordable. Could you speak to the affordability of this building relative to that and your decisions around there?
Yeah, the affordability is forever complicated and convoluted in these things. So how back in those times, we would submit proffered affordable housing essentially, and we come to learn that you can't really proffer it in that fashion. I think that's the current legal opinion. And most of the other projects that have come along, I think the one at Harris Street had a special use permit, which triggered the 3412 section. So for these small projects, we're not opposed to trying to get affordable housing in, but the methodology to which it is to achieve it and some restriction is incredibly complicated. And in some ways, we feel like we're just trying to get a building that is that largely affordable to many people, again, we wouldn't be opposed to necessarily an affordable requirement, but we really prefer the city pass a zoning text amendment. I think it was said by one of the callers earlier, just be quantitative. If you want every project that has a rezoning to have 20% affordable, pass as ETA. And if we can make that number work, we'll do it. If we can't, we won't apply. And so it's very difficult to, with the process, and attach the affordability of these. I think it can be done via like a separate resolution attached, and I'm happy that maybe the city attorney wants to weigh in, because we did go through that on the other project over in Belmont. But in this particular one, it by design is not meant to be luxury. Part of especially the one bedrooms is to get that product that was needed and more affordable. But again, we're not opposed to the idea, but there's just no simple structure in your code. If you just simply change that 3412 to have a simpler metric that apply to these, we'd be happy to comply. But it's complicated and convoluted, and we've run nothing but struggles with that over the years.
Chair Mitchell, I know I'm out of time, but I just want to ask a clarifying question on that. Are you saying that you've received an opinion from the city attorney that you cannot proffer affordable housing on a rezoning like this?
That was that's our latest understanding of the rules as they be. I don't know that anyone's done it. There is a mechanism by which there's sort of attached to the resolution an operating agreement, effectively, sort of almost like a performance agreement more than a proffer. But that's what we understand the case to be.
Ms. Robertson.
I don't. So the last time Mr. Shemp and I were trying to work through this, we were discussing a situation in which there were some affordable units that were actually required by the city code, but other affordable units had been proffered, and we were trying to sort out what regulations and what requirements would actually document both the legally required commitment and the commitment above and beyond the legally required amount. And so if Mr. Shemp understood me to say that affordable units could not be proffered, that was not what I intended to communicate. What we were trying to sort out is, for example, if the city's regulations require some sort of a covenant to ensure that the units required by the zoning ordinance will be provided for throughout the affordability period, the other units which may have been proffered didn't necessarily come with a commitment to be administered and to provide the same level of documentation as what the city's regulations might provide. So what I was trying to say, and quite frankly, over the years we've found this out, is we've always accepted proffers of affordable housing. We've done that for a long time. What often does not happen, however, is the proffers don't address how are we going to make sure we actually get that. And so a proffer that just says, I'm giving you units that will be affordable to people who have incomes at 80% or lower AMI, that really is almost unenforceable. It doesn't address separately, what the rents will be. It doesn't address affordability periods. So we may have gotten our wires crossed, but I did not mean to say that affordable housing couldn't be proffered. It's just that when that proffer comes in, I don't have a way to force for those proffered units to force someone to provide additional documentation that wasn't proffered. But I think Justin, I agree with Justin that what we're all waiting for so anxiously is a zoning ordinance that can have regulations that say, if we're going to require, for example, a certain amount of affordable housing for every development of a specific size, we want to just be right up front about what that means and what the paperwork that's going to be required over the course of the affordability period will be. So I hope I didn't, Justin, I hope we didn't get our wires crossed, but that's what the last time we had a conversation, those were the issues we were trying to work through.
So if I may, so understanding what you're saying is that we have standard operating procedures adopted by council pursuant to 34-12G that apply to units required under 34-12. But when their units are just proffered and they say, we'll give you these units, that's too vague to easily enforce. And so your recommendation was that the proffer include a modified version of those standard operating procedures, that also incorporated the exact terms of the proffer that they were making?
I'm not sure whether the last one that Mr. Schimpf was involved in was actually a rezoning or whether it was a special use permit where he was agreeing to certain things in the conditions. Proffers are different, as you know. Proffers, we have to take them as they're offered. We can't say, because you're not giving us certain things that we won't approve your rezoning. But it is not uncommon. I will say we're running into this more and more, and that's all the more reason why, I will just be elated when we finally get new ordinance provisions. But we're running into the circumstance where more and more you're having people come forward and tell you, let's say one unit would be required by section 34-12 of the zoning ordinance, but I'm going to give you 5. So you all, whether that's a rezoning or a special use permit, we're not sort of nailing down during the application process how that will actually be administered into the future after it's approved. And so what happens after city council votes on something, we're offering some paperwork saying, well, for at least the one unit that's required by 34-12, we have a set of regulations that say there should be a restrictive covenant recorded, something, documented that's enforceable by the city that will give us that commitment. We are trying to encourage people to use that same documentation for, let's say 5 units are offered, but only 1 is required by the zoning ordinance. We're trying to encourage people to enter into some sort of recorded commitment that administers them all the same, but it's really difficult because going through the process, most of the developers themselves haven't necessarily sorted through what it actually means to make provisions that will make those units affordable over a period of 10, 20, 30 years.
All right, let's move on to the next commissioner, Mr. Bob.
Hi, thanks, Justin, for your project. Lisa, I did have a quick question while we have you, and not to make this all about the proffers. Would the new city ordinance be able to retroactively enforce promised proffers, or is that something that be done?
If proffers have previously been approved, once at the time city council approves them, they become zoning requirements that are enforceable. But we could not unilaterally amend proffers and impose new requirements on ones that have been previously approved.
Thank you. I think given the density of the surrounding and uses of the surrounding properties, I don't see big issues with this. I don't have a lot of questions. I'm a bit disappointed that there was no proffer offered similar to the previous application, but I don't have any questions.
Ms. Zoli Hicks.
As you know, the public is concerned about the storage of private vehicles, especially about stormwater effects and the inducement of additional traffic. Always a major concern with the storage of vehicles. Could you address that briefly?
Sure. Well, I think one thing to clarify in stormwater, this is one of the reasons we have to go with, these buildings are difficult to build, is if I build a duplex, right, and I can store 4 cars or 6 cars on the site, I don't have to have a site plan. I don't have to have any stormwater management for said project. So whatever, added impervious area, I think we sort of create as a result of this, 8 units and storage of 8 private vehicles is mitigated versus the sort of no rezoning approval by the city's own, the state's stormwater management requirements. So we net, while we do add impervious area with this proposal, we also add treatment of all of it, which would not be applicable in an R2 property. So I think that's important to consider here. Then as far as the traffic, I think the traffic engineer is something effective. It's a negligible amount, and we're not concerned about it. If he's on, he can restate that. But I think that's how we feel about it too. The purpose of this building, this location, is so you don't have to have a vehicle to store somewhere, and if you do, you don't have to take it everywhere. There's a tremendous amount of traffic commuting in and out of the city every day, and for every one of these projects you build, there's one less car coming down 5th Street into UVA or downtown in the morning. That's the congestion around here. People coming in. I've worked downtown for a number of years now, and there's never any traffic down around my office. Now, getting into the city at certain times of day, the traffic, and that's just I think a function of the pattern of commercial and residential development that's established in the areas. I think the city traffic engineer spoke pretty clear statement on it, and we concur that it's really negligible traffic, and we should focus on the positive elements of this location as far as alternative ways of transportation rather than worrying about the extra few trips on the road.
Thank you.
Right. Is that it? Mr. Lahindra.
Mr. Shemp, remind me what happened to the application from a couple of years ago. I'm old. I don't remember things from 2 years ago. What was the outcome?
It was denied by City Council. I think there was a variety of opinions there would be about why that was. I think at the Planning Commission, the feeling was the time. There was 2 comments that stick out. One was that the alley access was not, sure. So I was, do we have the right to go down that? Because that would change the traffic patterns. And then at that time, there was I think a future land use map that the Planning Commission was working on that showed this as lower density. So I think my recollection was those sort of things that, well, we're pushing towards lower density. And that's where we went with it. That's where the city went with it. Since then, I think some of the topics of discussion have changed. The lines have changed somewhat, and I think the current, not adopted, but the sort of working map of the future land use map has this sort of a higher density zone. So we feel like that part of our reason bringing this back is there's definitely a rethink on some of that from what was years ago. I think simply the City Council made a statement of here's the zoning, we're going to stick to it. We just, we think the zoning should have stayed R3, should still be R3, basically.
Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, we're about to go into the public hearing, but before we do that, are there any questions from council?
I have none, Chair.
I don't have any.
All right, Mr. Rice, or is Lloyd, okay, he's cool. Mr. Rice, anyone want to speak on this?
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. At this time, if you would like to address the commission on matters regarding 1206 Carlton Avenue, please click your raise hand icon. Or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. We'll call on you in the order of hands raised. We'll have 3 minutes for comment. The first speaker is Peter Krebs.
Welcome, Peter.
Good evening, Planning Commission, Council, Justin, Kelsey, everybody. Great to see you all. I'm Peter Krebs. I work for the Piedmont Environmental Council. I also live on Tufton Avenue, about 2 or 2.5 blocks from the location. I pass the location daily on my bike or running, walking, in my car from time to time. So I'm pretty familiar with the site. And without getting into the details, I would say that in general, R3 zoning is going to be reasonable and consistent for this location. The surrounding parcels are generally multifamily. So the spirit of what's trying to happen here actually is appropriate. And more than that, it's also appropriate to have multifamily housing so close to shopping. Kathy's Market was spoken about earlier. Some cool things could happen there in the future, close to jobs. School right there, that school has a playground. So there's a lot that makes sense. Also, Justin said right at the end, it's also consistent with the direction the future land use map is taking as well. So broadly speaking, this is the type of place where we want multifamily workforce housing. So there's that. And just a couple of small points that can just sit there, not actionable or even be questions. So the site really depends on walkability, and I'm one of those people right there in the neighborhood, walk, bike, multiple times a day. So with Belmont, the sidewalks are difficult. That particular sidewalk has utility poles in it. Now, I'm not seeing utility poles in the sidewalk in the site plan. Just important as this gets executed for that sidewalk to remain free of utility poles. Also, that corridor is walkable because it has a pretty good tree canopy. Now, I saw trees in the rendering, and so that's good. I would go a bit further and say for this project to work, the street needs to remain walkable, and for future projects like that, the same. Let's be sure to have those trees actually get built or get planted, have them be appropriate, performing the functions of shade trees. I know I just talked about utility poles. It's complicated. He's choosing to play in Belmont. That's what happens in Belmont. And I think it can all work out. So thanks, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Next, we have Mark Cavett. Mark, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Okay, got unmuted. It bothers me quite a bit when I see developers, applicants that have been turned down by the City Council and Planning Commission come back before the commissions and ask for it to be considered again. It's their legal right to do so. But it bothers me that they come back and basically present the same proposal, hoping that maybe the people that are on the board or city council will be more sympathetic to their desire, their application. That's the first thing I want to mention. I actually pulled up on my phone some notes from the meeting, from the application previously on this, and I'll go over that in a moment. But I also have to question whether the land is worth as much as that they paid for it, or if it's on option to buy based on getting the zoning. Maybe it needs to be a lower value on that and less units. I don't have a problem with units being built there. I just think it's too many to have 8 units there. That's my biggest concern. I think it needs to be a little bit less dense there. Parking can be a concern. If you've driven down Carlton Road, you know that if you got people that park on the street, that two-way traffic really can't fit through there. Somebody usually pulls over. You also need to consider the future Riverbend project that will probably go in someday. That's going to anticipate having 900 vehicles travel on that road. one of the things that came out on the previously was that there's no space really there to turn around a car. It's going to be very difficult for a car in that parking lot to turn around and get out of there. Before it was talked about how that the adjoining property owner would probably give some land, but these are all probabilities, and it doesn't look like that owner has changed his mind on anything. And so I suspect that you're going to find a lot of cars getting banged up in that parking lot. There's just a lot of assumptions that I'm hearing on this tonight. Bottom line for me is I'd like to see development. I'm not against development. I just want to see appropriate development. And I don't think this with 8 units is really appropriate. I think we're asking for some issues that will crop up on this in the future. And let me check my notes here, see anything else. No, I'm going to kind of leave it at that for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
And next we have Fred and Vivian Schmidt. You're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Fred and Vivian.
Unmute. I got it. Okay.
Hey,
Hi.
good. Yay.
So, yes, we live on Chestnut Street. And first, I would like to say that there is quite a bit of traffic down Carlton Avenue as well as Carlton Road. A lot of, we see semis going down that, or big delivery trucks going down Carlton Avenue, as well as construction trucks on the way down to that sand and gravel place down there, the name of which I cannot remember. But at any rate, the Chestnut Street, that little area has narrow streets with no sidewalks. There's not a lot of off-street parking to begin with. So as residents, we park on the street, and we are all concerned about the addition of cars from this particular development. I think it's very much an assumption that there would be only 1 car per unit. We have seen in other, developments and other complexes like this that 2 cars per unit is more realistic. So that is an assumption that we have 8 spots and 8 apartments. It is a traffic issue for us. It's a parking issue for us. Our neighborhood has a wide age span from very young children to elderly people, all of whom need to be able to park in front of their houses. And I think that's all I have to say. I just would like for you really to consider all those things, the impact on our neighborhood when you consider this development, this building. Again, I'm not opposed to development, but I think this is too much without enough parking provided for the residents of the complex. Did you want to say anything? Okay, we're done.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Charles Neer. Charles, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Vivian just shared regarding the proposed development. The parking issues are dramatic and will wildly disaffect the residents of surrounding neighborhoods. Plus additionally the traffic. People would come in right by the 7 parking places, and then they're all full. Then they start roaming around trying to find a place to park somewhere, and there's no easy answers to that. As a result, I recommend, like Vivian suggested, that there are going to be more than 1 car per unit. My son lives at a high density development in Northern Virginia, and that development works because they have 2 parking spaces for each unit, and they also have overflow parking spaces for guests, and visitors. So I believe that's needed for this proposal. As a result, I would like to give credit where credit is due. I think the building is nice, and they've done a good job, as well can see. However, the overall plan is wildly deficient. I believe that there are some answers that could resolve, the proposal. I'll give you 4. The first is that the owner or developer find, an additional 12 parking spaces that are either designated or shared parking. That would, alleviate, the parking problem. The second thing is that the owner or developer could put the whole development on stilts and have under building parking for the tenants of the development, in addition to the 8 that are currently there. The third solution is to reduce the size of the development from 8 units to a triplex, and then they could add additionally 1 or 2 more parking spaces, and that would be sufficient. And the fourth solution is they could have reduced the development to a quadruplex, having either 2 over 2 or 4 in a row, and add 3 or 4 more parking spaces. All that would be a acceptable, solution, for the development, and I think would not be disruptive to the surrounding neighborhoods. Okay, that's all I've got. I think my wife is going to add to our suggestions.
We'll get to Karen and you. We're going to go to Amy next. So, Mr. Rice. Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry, 1 second.
Something happened.
Yes, Amy Marshall, you are on with Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am coming to you as a resident, not to ask you to deny this rezoning, but to ask you to be good stewards of our community. This is not a situation where we're wanting to be NIMBY, not wanting more density. The issue here is that NDS does not review things based on the impact of the infrastructure of the surrounding areas. They only review projects in a bubble. So no other land is considered when making decisions. So you should review this in the same way, which means that you have a self-sustained project and you need to plan for parking on site instead of thinking to push it off on local streets. This is already an overtaxed road. If you live here on Chestnut or in this surrounding area, you know that this is a bus route. This is an emergency management route for fire and police. Sometimes it's a single lane road, like some people have said, because people don't park where they should. And if you're not going to make sure that no parking is enforced where it's not, you have to plan for the impacts of more cars. This is also an area where children cross the street from this neighborhood to go to school, whether they're going to the bus or they're walking to Clark. And the developer said he didn't care about traffic, but he doesn't live here with little kids. There's no crosswalk and there is no continuous sidewalk on the north side of Carlton. So because this is a rezoning, you can have proffers that mitigate the impact of the transportation issues this increased development will create. So infrastructure mitigation could be having the developer continue the sidewalk on the north side of Carlton so that people aren't dodging around the cars, which it's very dangerous. I mean, we don't let our kids go there. You can also have a crosswalk put in. If you're going to improve in the name of density and rezone this, it's your job as a planning commission to require impact mitigation. And if you care about equity, think about the people already in this existing neighborhood who are already struggling with a dangerous road. And also, we do need cars because we live in a food desert. You cannot walk or take a bus and feed a family at a grocery store. So, this idea of just, oh, we'll just all ride bikes, no problem. Well, you haven't been a single mom with 2 kids like I have, and you're not going to be able to afford a $1,500 rent for a 2-room apartment. So equity has to also include the people in our very diverse, very economically as well as age diverse neighborhood. We are not an affluent neighborhood here. So please consider what this does to our children who already live here, as well as the older people plenty of people who already don't have cars because they can't afford them, have to take the bus, have to cross that dangerous street. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Karen Neer. Karen, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Karen. And you'll need to unmute your mic. There you
I'm
go.
the one that blasted you the last time, so I don't want to blast you again. I'm so sorry that y'all can't hear after my last tram. You've already heard from my husband. We've lived in the neighborhood off of Carlton for about 40 years. And I'm most concerned about the traffic problem on Carlton. The other two people have already mentioned it. There is terrible congestion already on that road. I go on that road every day and I play chicken about 50% of the time because the traffic is so bad, the road is so narrow. Adding 8 units with a minimum of 15 more cars in that area just troubles me. And the engineer fella who gave the presentation said that, maybe a third of the residents would probably, walk to work and bike to work and walk to school. And I love that picture. It feels like a Norman Rockwell picture to me, but I don't think it's realistic at all. There's not a whole lot of industry down here. I'm thinking most people are going to have to, they can't hoof it to Food Lion and walk back with their groceries. And if they work at Walmart or Ninja, I think they're going to have a car. So to think that we've got 8 units with 8 spaces and 8 cars and no visitors, I think it's totally unrealistic. I think we're going to have at least 16 cars with visitors, no place to park. And I think it's going to be a disaster. I ask that you reject the proposal to rezone. The previous woman, I don't know, her name was Amy, I think. I would love it if the Planning Commission could just come and spend 5 minutes on Carlton Avenue, just 5 minutes, and see how congested it is. I cannot imagine adding 8 units. I feel like that area can be developed in a way that's much more reasonable. And the fact that this was rejected in 2018, it was for good reason, because it'll just be too much. If 6 units was too much, I don't know why now all of a sudden we think 8 units is going to be better and the parking hasn't changed. Thank you all for listening. I appreciate y'all so much to take the time to hear our concerns. And I ask that you would reject the rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Karen.
And next we have Jameer Smith. You are on with Planning Commission.
Jameer, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, got the Lyle thumbs up. All right, so I think I err on the side of the opposite of everyone in saying that I think that honestly, since the parking can't be reduced anymore, it seems, I guess that's more of like a ZTA kind of thing, especially with it being on a transit line. I think that it's actually like a very perfect fit for the community. I think that since it's already multiple multifamily houses, like units, like right there in the area, it's kind of within a 5-minute walk of the shops that are on Carlton Road. It's right there by downtown Belmont Center, whatever you want to call it. And then by proxy, within like a 15-minute to 20-minute walk to downtown, I feel like it's kind of that perfect little like soft building to put in such a small area. And I think it's actually a great model for what could be used in other parts of the city. As just like a nice small like multifamily unit that could be put in like other R1 or R2 areas for the future use of our land. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And I think that's all. I think really what we should be kind of emphasizing more is kind of just like, how are we going to be able to increase infrastructure, say for like our transit, so then people aren't necessarily so dependent on their cars, or how is seeing that people apparently play chicken with crossing the street. Are we able to get like some kind of guided like flashing light crosswalk or anything of the sort? Also, I think it's because I work in transit. the assumption that people can't take the bus to go get their groceries is kind of wild, because I take people who get their groceries via the bus all the time. So yeah, I mean, build it up, really. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mark.
And next we have Kimber Hawkey. Kimber, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome back. And you'll need to unmute, Kimber.
The unmute button doesn't pop up for about 10 seconds. Okay, so hey, transit issue, that's great. Where I used to live, the university's paid for all the transit, so citizens rode for free. There's an idea. I guess I'm just a little bit, I'm not going to restate all the really well stated safety issues of this. I'm astounded, as I just talked about real affordable housing before, that the affordable unit, the one affordable unit that was there before has now been removed. I find that mind-blowing in a bad way. I'm almost without words. In any case, it was rejected before with that unit, and we're all concerned about affordable housing, and so it seems like a no-brainer to me. There's also the setback has been reduced. So previously in the former application, there was concerns about the massing of the building, and now the setback has been reduced even more. So I just don't know. One of the things we all have to remember, and this is in context with developers or just in general with the FLUM as well, Corin Capshaw has proposed that River Bend Belmont Apartments behind Douglas, whatever the heck it's called now, in the paperwork, it was 900 plus car trips per day from that little area by Moss coming out of there. Already that's outrageous because of the safety issues that we've already seen. So just to think, oh, well, it's only 8 units and okay, maybe it's 15 more cars. You've got to think about those 900 new car trips that are coming down the pike. It's a dangerous street. It's a safety issue. I guess I'm also a little concerned about the R3 designation, because when we were trying to get that for Hinton Church, we were told it wasn't possible. That's a little strange. What else? And the whole discussion about that affordable units thing, I don't know about y'all, but I've got almost a doctorate. I couldn't follow it. So this is part of the issue and the problem with these discussions. The average person just cannot follow what's going on. You can't follow. You guys don't even know exactly what's going on from the discussion. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of confusion. And I think you should reject this. Now, again, this is a perfect place to do a redevelopment. Although I do wonder what happened to the previous residents, as with the other Belmont Apartments project, but whatever. It needs to be redone, but it needs to be appropriate for that area. So do it, but do it right. And this is not the right plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Jake Gold. Jake, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Jake Gold. Again, I live in Belmont, not far from this here. I walk past and bike past pretty often. I have to say I'm a little dismayed by the number of my neighbors who want more car storage here. This is a really solid location for car-free living. It's a good distance from downtown. I personally work downtown. I walk from just around here. There are good restaurants nearby. There's retail nearby. There's a bus that goes to PVCC. It's exactly the type of development we should be encouraging if we want to cut the number of cars driving in Charlottesville, which is absolutely necessary if we want Charlottesville to take climate change seriously. Any other proposal, any of the proposals to add more parking to encourage more cars to be brought to this location are ignoring the very serious reality that we need to cut back our greenhouse gas emissions if we want to preserve futures for the children studying at Clark. That's being a good steward of our community, not adding more parking. I hear what others have said about pedestrian safety and food deserts and a lot of the equity concerns. super valid. There are a lot of ways to plug into that work addressing those really serious issues that don't stop more people from living close to where they work and where they play and where they study. I'll yield the balance of my time. Thanks.
Thanks, Chief.
And if anybody else would like to address Planning Commission on 1206 Carlton Avenue, please click the raise hand icon. Chair, I see no other hands.
And with that, we will close out the public hearing for these applications. And we will begin deliberations from the dais. And I'll just go from left to right. And you've got 5 minutes to share your thoughts, starting with Mr. Palmer.
Not too much to convey here. I guess I learned I'm not the only one who walks down that road quite a bit. It's a great little place there, and largely as it has been for a while, it seems like. I think I'll just say, yeah, I think it's a very walkable place. There are not as many services as there used to be, as was pointed out, in terms of grocery stores and such. But still remains walkable, and it's great to be by the bus line there. Good luck with this one. It's not, it's finding that balance, right? And whether this strikes it or not, I'm not sure, but I'm sure you guys will figure it out. So thank you.
And Ms. Ruskell.
So I heard something interesting that I think is kind of worth chewing on a little bit, and that was that we heard from the developer that building at a more missing middle type is just not really economically feasible, and that's what's pushing this proposed development out of that scale of soft density and into something that's really more middle or high, depending on a lot of analysis between staff and myself about how we quantify density per dwelling unit. But, I think that's a really important thing that we should be thinking about is when we're thinking about appropriate scale for the neighborhood and wanting affordability, but the developers are saying we can't build it at we have to have a certain level of density to hit that profit margin, and that should make us pretty concerned moving forward in how do we start to really achieve that by building denser. I guess I am a little bit, I feel like this does tip that scale of density, but and the other thing I would want to understand better is in talking about the proffers. I know there's also proffers. Are we just talking about the rezoning right now? We're not talking about the SUP?
We're talking about the idea, the whole idea, because it doesn't work without both of them.
The idea, there was something in the staff report alluding to the things that aren't being proffered as part of that special use permit, I think, and I guess I'm just generally asking, and I should have brought it up during questions, like, do we think any of those other uses should be proffered out if we were to approve the SUP? I think it was things like require things that were allowable in.
Let me just stop you for a second, just to get a reading from Ms. Robertson. Ms. Roberts or Ms. Creasy, whoever's on, we can't from the dais negotiate proffers or recommend that things be proffered out.
Okay, so again, we have to be aware that proffers are things that come with a rezoning, and special use permits have conditions.
Okay.
If you are considering a special use permit, you are allowed to craft a condition or impose a condition if you think that condition is necessary to make the development fit better in the neighborhood or to mitigate some impact that it may have. But on a rezoning, you are not allowed to impose any conditions. So in a rezoning, an applicant sometimes gives a proffer statement, and that is the thing that you all are not allowed to alter or negotiate.
And we have to do the rezoning to get to the special use permit in this case. So we can't do it. We can't negotiate proffer on a rezoning, which would then take us to the special use permit. I know it makes my head spin too.
It is very difficult. I'm sorry it's so complicated, but proffers are just a weird, unique thing.
So, Ms. Russell, you're thinking of the next point?
I did hear some conditions that related to tree canopy that are indicated, I think, on the site plan. That might be something we consider. I don't have any other comments at this time.
And if that's something you really want, then when we get to the motion on the special use permit, you may want to include that in the condition of approval.
Sure. Okay.
Mr. Bob. No, Mr. Soliates. Rory. Sorry, Rory.
Me, right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all right, cool. I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know if my seat got moved around, but I haven't seen it in a couple of years. So, yeah. So I distinctly remember this application coming up last time. I think it was the council meeting where I was appointed to the commission. It was first considered, and I recall a city councilor saying, as their reason for rejecting it, that it was out of scale with the surroundings, and it was going to be again a sixplex. There is a sixplex next door. On the other side, there is a B1 zone at the time of single family house. Now we see what B1 zoning will get you, and it's a salon. And I think this proposal and that proposal are absolutely missing middle housing. In fact, squarely in the middle of missing middle housing. You could have denser missing middle than this, for sure. And I think it's a very appropriate location for it, in a great location to live without a car, and maybe to live, if you a car light lifestyle where you can have a car but not use it most of the time. I think the traffic concerns are generally legitimate, and people have reason to fear cars and traffic. So I like the fact that there won't be an exit onto Carlton Avenue, only an entrance. I think the idea of a crosswalk is a good idea, though it seems like something for site plan approval, and I'm not sure crosswalks are allowed to go to a place where there isn't a sidewalk. But overall, I think it's a good proposal. I would have liked to see a proffer like we did last time, but those market rents that we've heard are planned are well within affordable housing, are actually lower than an 80% AMI proffer would be. It's about 64% AMI for that one bedroom, 75.5 for an AMI for a two bedroom, assuming $100 utility allowance. Like, it would be nice to have at least some of those be guaranteed. Obviously, those are market rents. If the market continues to rise, they could go up. But I don't have any particular reason to believe that the current market rent is significantly, different from what was stated earlier. And so, this is, again, not only just missing middle, but well within what we need for workforce housing, and even below what are typically considered workforce housing, income levels of 80 to 120% AMI. So this is 100% the type of housing we need. It's a relatively large lot for Belmont. It's a 1/4 acre. And so I think 8 units is entirely appropriate. And so I'm supportive of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Bob.
I want to say I appreciate all the comments by the public and staff and Justin's presentation. I guess for the rezoning part of it, I think it fits. the plan, kind of like what Rory was saying, supply some workforce housing, which is much needed. But looking at it as a rezoning, we can't look at it with the plan involved, right? Because they can theoretically build anything that fits in an R3 zoning after the fact. But I still do think that R3 fits that, that rezoning would fit that parcel. SUP wise, I think the plan as submitted would be a good addition, with all the conditions highlighted by staff. I think having the trees in the front might help reduce the scale of the building a little bit, walking down Carlton Avenue. And yeah, thanks.
Right. Again, that's a point that Ms. Russell made as well. So that may be a condition that you guys want to add to the SUP vote if we get to that. Mr.
I was just going to add that I think a lot of my other comments were, it's probably a site plan things that get worked out in that section with the alleyway improvements and other items of that sort. Right.
Cool. Soliate.
I suspect what I say tonight will be the same as what I said 2 years ago. Yes, we have problems in Belmont. We have problems citywide. If we want to solve problems, we should spend money on it. We're not going to extract all the solutions to our problems from developers of small lots. We have to spend money. This landowner didn't make traffic bad in Belmont. This landowner did not make parking problems in Belmont. If we have systemic problems, we need systemic solutions. Comprehensive planning and capital improvement planning. That's what I have.
And finally, Mr. Lynch.
I have no problem with the rezoning, considering the existing zoning around this lot. I think that's entirely appropriate for going to R3. And I agree in terms of the getting more units in a missing middle type of building. And that I agree with Lyle too, that if there's parking and traffic issues that are area-wide, we need to have the city step in and provide the appropriate resources and solutions. Thanks.
So I see a consensus building. Is there a motion that anyone would like to make?
Well, I have a question because I thought we saw a visual with, it was maybe in Mr. Schimp's packet. Was there a visual that showed a plan with some more landscaping?
That would be a question for you, Jen. You can go ahead and speak up if you like to, Justin.
Yes, there was. We would have a conceptual landscaping on the site plan. The ordinance requires, I think it was put up actually by Roy there, about the one large, one medium. I think it might even require 2 large trees. We defined it. I mean, we certainly want to have a shady yard area. Part of that, we have conceivably some like outdoor amenity space that could be in that front yard, and so having tree canopy is important to that. The comments I heard about the walkability relating to the shade are well taken too. That is one of those things you experience walking through neighborhoods and you appreciate. You don't necessarily realize it until you walk in a neighborhood without that. So yeah, if there's a desire for additional tree to be planted, I think we have to plant 1, probably 2 by the ordinance. But if that's something that gets into a condition, we certainly have no objection. Trees are healthy and there's no issue with planting additional trees.
Can we get clarification from staff on that? It looks like there's 60 feet of frontage and the ordinance says 1 large tree for every 40 feet of frontage. So does that mean 1 large tree, 40 feet, another large tree? Or does that mean, it's 40 feet of frontage, but less than 80? So 1 large tree and then also a medium requirement there. How does that work? Or would it be easier to just make it a condition?
It requires 2 trees, basically. If you're over to 41 feet, you do 2 trees, basically, is how it's been interpreted.
Yeah, this is Matt. I'd have to double check on the code, but at bare minimum, it would be at least 1 large tree and a medium. It could be 2 large trees, but it would be looked at during final site plan review.
I would propose that we make that part of the special use permit, that we require at least 2 large canopy trees along the street.
Yep, makes sense. All right, are we ready to craft a motion, or is there any more discussion? And we got 2 motions to do. One would be for the rezoning, the other would be for the SUP. Mr. Solietz.
I'd like to make one motion. I move to recommend approval of this application to rezone the subject property from R2 to R3 on the basis that the proposal would serve the interests of the general public and good zoning practice.
We've got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Got that, Missy? Any opposition? Any abstentions? So unanimous, Missy. Ms. Creasy. So the rezoning, we will recommend approval of the rezoning application. What would the body like to do with the special use permit?
I have a question for staff. There's a lot of concern about walkability and sidewalk safety and crossing safety in the area. Would it be possible to have a condition that speaks to that?
Ms. Creasy or Matt or Ms. Robertson?
Yeah, I might defer to Missy or legal on this, because I'm not sure what a safety condition would be.
Are you all asking for a requirement for a sidewalk? Because that is a requirement for the site plan.
Something above and beyond. For example, off-site crossing, something like that. Markings, signage.
Well, we wouldn't be able to provide any analysis on the details of what that could be at this point in time. And one of the points that was made earlier had to do with as you have for a crosswalk, you've got to have a receiving areas on both sides. And each of those areas need to be compliant. So that appears like it may be a mid-block area, so may not be the most appropriate. That would be something reviewed at the site plan phase, but I don't know that we don't want to commit to something that is not allowable. So.
And just to piggyback on something Mr. Lindra said earlier, that some of the stuff is we got to do, the city's got to do. We can't look to the developers to solve every problem. We've got to do some of this work. Forgive me if I misquoted you, Jody, but I think that's kind of what you said.
Yeah, can we at least ask staff to do a study on this road, or at least make recommendations of what might the city might do to make things safer?
You can do that. You wouldn't necessarily do it in the conditions for this development, but you can make that type of request.
So what would the commission like to do with the SUP application?
I believe I have some language, a motion. What do you would say?
That would be wonderful.
I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit in the R2 application under review to rezone. Where am I? No, there we go. I am there. From R2 to R3 zone at 1206 Carlton Avenue to permit residential development with additional density. I knew we would get there. and adjustment to the southeast side yard requirement with the following conditions. A, conditions recommended by staff, as well as additionally 2 large canopy trees along the street.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and we got a second. Any further discussion?
I have maybe a question. I see that kind of right at the eastern border of that streetscape, there is an existing large tree. Looks large to me. I don't know if it's technically a large tree by the ordinance. Is it possible or reasonable to make that condition that we keep that large tree and in addition to requiring another one, so that we don't have to, wait for the new ones to mature? Is that feasible during this construction, or is that guy a goner?
Yes, that's a question for Justin. Is that guy a goner?
I don't have any kind of map in front of me to show me, what tree that is. I'll say this: we have a lot of trouble keeping trees because when we make, for example, even if there's already a sewer lateral to this sort of property, we have to do a new sewer lateral, a new water connection. And inevitably, an old tree, its roots get out into a zone where, because of the required utility work, we hit it and it was probably dies. Now, I like old elm trees. If we could keep it, that's preferable, but without studying it, I'd be a little worried about a condition, because I may go along and come to a site plan, the city utilities say, oh, sorry, you can't build anything here because that tree is going to have to go. There could be a conflict that in a lot like this with the old utilities, I see myself replacing something and trees across the frontage being, impacted. So I prefer we avoid that if at all possible. And if it's a nice tree, we can keep it, we will, but often I'm afraid it's just safer to plant 2 new trees, let them grow up kind of with the utilities over time. And it does take years, but it's a safer bet and something like that.
I'm pretty comfortable with Lyle's recommendation in the hopes of keeping this tree as well. So we'll get 2 new trees plus keep this one. But
yeah, I'm fine with it as worded.
I think we've got a motion and a second. So Ms. Creasy, you may have to pull the board this. I'm not sure how this is going to go.
Sure. Mr. Lahindro.
Aye.
All right. Mr. Sola Yates.
Aye.
Mr. Habab.
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg.
Aye.
Ms. Russell.
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell.
And aye. All right, we will recommend approval of both the rezoning and the SUP application. Congratulations to the applicant. What would the commission like to do? Would the commission like 5 minutes, or you want to power through to the next one and then we'll take 5 minutes? I'm getting the muscles here, so I think that means power through. All right, let me find my notes on the next application. All right, the next application is CP 21-00001. It is the 13th Street Northeast right of way. The owner of the lot located at 1140 East I Street has submitted an application to close or vacate a portion of the undeveloped right of way at 13th Street Northeast. I believe this right of way adjoins again a corner of the applicant's lot. The thing that we need to keep in mind as we're thinking through this, the question that we have to answer is, the proposed closing in is the proposed closing in compliance with the current comp plan? That's the question we have to ask. That's where we have to focus. So, Ms. Creasy, who's managing this application?
Tony Edwards is going to be providing the report, and he's got some support from Mr. Duncan, and we'll turn it over to him and kind of go from there.
Great, thanks, Missy. If I could ask Joe or Brian to pull up the map for 13th Street so we have that to look at.
And if you are able to, you may not be able to, if you could speak up just a little bit closer to your iPad or your laptop, that'd be great.
Sure, thank you. This subject street was created in 1940 with a subdivision plat that established the Little High neighborhood. The 1940 subdivision plat created a new Lewis Street running north from east end of Little High all the way to Freebridge Road, which is now East High Street. The city paved a portion of the platted street, now known as 13th Street Northeast, which aligns with most of Lewis Street shown in that plat. The city also paved some other streets that were depicted in that same subdivision plat, like Little High Street, Meriwether Street, and unnamed alley just above the Meriwether Street. By its actions in paving the streets, platted within the Little High subdivision plat, the city effectively accepted all the streets depicted in the plat, including the entire strip of land labeled Lewis Street. Therefore, even though the subject street remains undeveloped, the undeveloped portion is now a public right-of-way owned by the city. Therefore, for the purposes of City Council's 2019 updated street closure policy, the subject street falls within the category A, which is proposed vacation of public right-of-ways previously dedicated to and accepted by the city. The property owners that border this portion of undeveloped section of 13th Street Northeast have expressed their desire to avoid a cut-through street for the Little High neighborhood and add congestion between the properties and at the intersection of East High Street. They have indicated that a vacation of right-of-way would allow them to address existing drainage issues, reduce the limiting setback requirements on those East High properties, reduce any potential grades issues and dealing with the steep grades, and eliminate potential financial burden for a new street construction. Property owners further agree with the city's understanding in that a utility easement will be required to accommodate the existing sanitary, water, and gas utilities. However, this will not provide a multimodal approach through the area. Also in 2019, Stephen Buck, a resident of Little High neighborhood, contacted City Council to request clarification of the street of the status of the gravel path at the north end of 13th Street. According to Mr. Bach, the public has been using this gravel path for a long time and access to East High. Mr. Bach desired that the City Council to approve a path to serve as a long-term pedestrian and bike connection from 13th Street to East High Street. Upon investigation of Mr. Bach's request, it was determined that the existing gravel path actually veers outside of the platted right-of-way of 13th Street Northeast over the yard of a private residence and a busy parking lot. Staff at that time also of the opinion that establishing a bike and pedestrian connection within the platted right-of-way would be difficult and expensive. The area of the platted right-of-way goes through a large forested lot into a driveway between the parcels containing Alamujcana and the office building next door. The city would need to clear and develop the right-of-way area through the forested lot. To establish a bike and pedestrian connection over the gravel path, it is or was actually being used, the city would need to acquire land over the owners of 426 13th Street Northeast and 1202 East High Street and reconstruct the area to manage conflicts between cars, pedestrians in the existing parking lot. Now, as far as the question of comprehensive plan alignment, we've stated several items that we believe are applicable in this case. I'll identify a few. Enhance pedestrian connections between residents, commercial centers, public facilities, amenities, and green spaces. Provide convenient and safe pedestrian connections within quarter mile of all commercial and employment centers, transit routes, schools, and parks. Provide convenient and safe bicycle and pedestrian connections between new and existing residential developments, employment areas, and other activity centers to promote the option of walking and biking. Encourage new street connections, alternate traffic patterns where applicable, to distribute traffic volumes across the network and reduce trip lengths for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Provide public parking to maintain the vitality of the city while using pricing strategies, including metering, and coordinated locations for parking to encourage use of transit, walking, and bicycling. With that in mind, the staff's discussion and recommendations are as follows. This section of 13th Street right-of-way provides rear access to one lot at 1142 East High Street. The lot is zoned High Street corridor and is not permitted to have accessory dwelling units, ADUs, per the section of 34-796. Therefore, the closing of the section of 13th Street Northeast will not impact rear access to existing or future ADUs under the current zoning. City traffic engineering does not believe that this right-of-way should be closed. Although undeveloped up to this point, closing it potentially removes the chance of developing parcel 54-50.002, which is currently owned by the same owner to the adjacent lot 517 13th Street Northeast, unless those two lots are combined. While there is currently no physical street parking could be on this street if ever developed. This right-of-way connects two existing dedicated streets and could allow a through type connection for two directions. Also could provide an alternative route for existing routes with vehicles traffic greater than 1,000 ADT. In addition, by closing this 13th Street section, we would officially create two separate dead-end streets that would not meet the current city criteria for turnaround. Possible solution in the short midterm would be to pave this as a 12-foot wide bike and pedestrian trail with a removable bollard at either end. This would restrict access to cut through traffic that the applicant has referenced, while still leaving the route available to emergency use if needed, or more formally recognized it as a good pedestrian route to High Street. Parks and Rec would like to preserve a bike and pedestrian easement if this does close, or retain the right-of-way. Public Utilities has existing water, sewer, gas lines in the right-of-way. If closed, Public Utilities requires that the entire area be retained as a public utility easement. Staff notes that the determination of this conformance with the comprehensive plan and closure request itself are two separate actions. Only conformance with the comprehensive plan is under consideration at this time. Staff recommends that this request is not in alignment with the comprehensive plan as submitted. And that's my report.
All right, any questions for staff? We'll go down with Bill and move on over.
All right, can you hear me?
Who's speaking?
This is Roy Van Dorn.
I'm not ready for you yet, Roy.
Okay.
Not quite ready for you yet. Any questions from the commission to staff?
I have a question.
Please.
I understand there has been an email today with some other ideas. I'm extremely interested to hear your thoughts on this email.
There were some other options that came in late today. I think that it should be considered as a possibility. It was just not in time for the report itself to be considered, so staff hasn't had an appropriate time to analyze all of that.
Are you suggesting that more time would be helpful to make an informed decision?
For consideration of those options, if Mr. Van Dorn is confirming tonight that those are still on the table, I think that would be appropriate.
I don't think it would be appropriate for us to consider the new information unless we had input from staff. So yeah. Mr. Rice, is there any way you can take down the map? I can't see my colleagues, and I want to see who wants to get in the game. Okay, got it. Thanks. Are there any other questions? Rory, Liz, Bill, Jody, Green.
I have a quick question to staff about, I know there was the old report that said it would be unfeasible to build a pathway. Is it now, would it be feasible to build a pedestrian bike path that connects that area? And second question also concerns the drainage, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at those issues that the residents are currently expressing concern about. Thanks.
Yeah, as far as building the pathway, our Parks and Rec feel that could be achievable. It would require a great deal of work, however, to accomplish that. But there's no estimate at this point to know to what extent that may require effort there. And as far as the drainage there, I'm not aware of specific complaints of drainage in that area that have reached the city. Perhaps engineering staff has heard that previously, but I'm not aware of that.
All right. All right, I think we're ready for the applicant, but I don't see the applicant anymore. Did the applicant drop off?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
I'm Chairman Mitchell and the Planning Commission and Council. I'm Roy Van Dorn. I'm a city resident. I'm a business owner and the owner of 1140 East High Street. I am the applicant, but I also speak for all the other property owners who touched this right-of-way section and that we've talked about. Joe, could you pull up page number 94 so I can speak about that? This is a plan view of the area without vegetation, and I think it's a little helpful to see this particular view. This section of 13th Street is called what's known internally as a paper street since 1940. And as a paper street, it acts for us as property owners like a real street. So we have an unusual requirement in the High Street corridor that those buildings on facing High Street have a 15-foot setback, but those properties which face a connector road, which 13th Street would be a connector road, we have a 20-foot setback. And if you look at where that number 21 is, right in the middle of the page, you'll see that that spot, if you take 20 feet away from the property line, basically removes all that property from utility. So the 20-foot setback is really a crusher for us in two ways. Number one, I mentioned drainage. If any of you have been to La Michoacana, the Mexican restaurant, and parked in the back, as you park in the back, there is water that flows downhill from lots 52, 53, 54, all the way up to Locust. And it comes down during storms. It hasn't we haven't had storms really for about 6 months, so it's dry now. But that area where the 21 is basically a big hole that receives the water. To effectively address this problem, we need to put an underground conduit from a section right behind lot 55, about 10 feet into the right of way, to a location by lot 59, right in the corner of 59 and 13th Street. There's a 30-inch storm drain there for storm water, and put that underground. And that removes all this storm water that we get washing through here. It's interesting to note that on 13th Street Northeast, right behind La Mexicana, is a city paved street. It isn't code compliant, but it's just paved asphalt. That's basically one contiguous asphalt right now. And when it rains, water just flows over the top of 13th Street and then down into where that number 21 is, and then eventually into the storm drain. We need to use a portion of this right of way to address this water issue. Secondly, so that's one problem with the setback. The other problem that we have is that we would like this section of High Street in the comprehensive plan with the small area plan for High Street. We really want to get more parking off High Street. Across the street is the digestive center, and they are extremely busy. If anybody's had a colonoscopy, they know that parking lot is just jammed, and there is simply no on-street parking for commercial use. As this area matures and as we get more density, having off-street parking is exactly what the small area plan calls for, and we can manage that with our customers because all of this area is now commercial. There's no residential on High Street in this section. So we want to build more off-street parking so that we can relieve High Street from parking. I apologize. We don't do this application very much, and quite frankly, the city doesn't get many applications for right-of-way abandonment. So this is a little bit different. But so when we got the staff report, which I think Tony did a great job, we pondered on what the staff report said. We met, we had some vacation, so we had a little delay, and I apologize that we didn't really get this to the commission until Monday. But we have a couple of thoughts for your consideration. One is pedestrian and bike access. We think it's appropriate and in the best interest of the city that section of land have a bike path and a pedestrian path so that people can walk from the Little High neighborhood down 13th Street, then on this path, and then up towards La Mexicana. That gives them access to High Street, to buses, in a different way. So that's one issue. And as Tony had said, that the city has asked, but then rejected the idea of putting themselves a path in because of cost. It does cost a lot of money. Another issue that is just the way it works is that the city has been negligent in maintaining that utility easement. I will show you some pictures of this area, and it is frankly a jungle. They have not maintained the ability, if there is a water leak, a gas leak, or a sewer leak in that area, there is no physical way for them to get in there. And the trees are simply 70 years old and have just totally outgrown that area. So if there were a water leak or a sewer leak, I don't even know how people get in there. So those are some of the problems that we have there. Let me talk about another issue that I think is important, and that is, and I think the traffic engineer is correct in saying this is a connector road. But interestingly enough, in earlier public testimony, Mr. Rice was concerned about the Little High neighborhood about the streets being very narrow and the concern about cut-through traffic. If this road were to be connected someday, it hasn't been for 70 years, but if it were to be connected, this would be a perfect cut-through for people going from High Street to Mead and cut out the congestion up on the corner and that tight pinch point turn up at Mead and High. And you would see nothing but traffic going through these narrow streets, which have no sidewalks. And when lot 51 and 51 and 50, there was a proposal a few years ago to develop that into some high density housing. We had a public hearing about this with the Little High neighborhood, and unanimously, they all pleaded with us to not connect that road because all it would do is create a major cut through for the neighborhood, and they were happy with the situation that it is now. Not perfect, but they're happy with that situation. So if that site were connected, the big problem for the city and us, really everybody in the neighborhood, is the intersection of 13th Street and High Street. If any of you have been to La Michoacana, you know that that's nothing more than a big site, a big parking lot. There's no curb and gutter. There's no sidewalk. It is not an improved anywhere close to a city street at all. It's nothing more than asphalt. When lot 51 and 50 were looking to develop, the city said, this is a realm of possibility, but what we needed to have was that 13th, the city said we needed to develop 13th Street to city standards all the way to the intersection of 50 and 49 with city approved streets. At that point, 2.5 years ago, it was $700,000 to do that section. If it were connected all the way to, say, lot 47 in that area, 64 over at the right side, it's well over $1 million. And I confirmed with SL Williamson, that is a very close number, if not higher, because of construction costs going up. Whenever a street is built, typically today, unlike in 1940, where the city paved these streets, you have now you have public, private people say, I want to develop lot 50 or 49, and I want to put in that, and you say, that's fine, put in a street. Well, there is no lots left to develop, and there's no interest by anybody in the private sector to improve that road. So who is going to do that work? Is the city interested in putting $1 million into making a connector to a neighborhood who really does not want it, and it really doesn't make any sense? So the last point I would say is that the goal of the High Street corridor is the continuation of scale and existing character with an emphasis on infill development or similar uses. We meet this requirement and embrace it. We want to increase parking. We want to increase infill in a commercial area and in a location that is not going to interfere in any way aesthetically or in any way with the residential neighborhood, and is lower than High Street, so it really would have nothing to be seen. Finally, I made a proposal, and it's on the table, that we as property owners around this section would put in a 12-foot wide gravel connector so that bikes and pedestrians could walk in that area. We would enter into an agreement with the city to maintain that gravel road. And it would be exactly over the utilities. That would give the city the ability to access the utilities if there's a failure. We would put bollards in so it wouldn't become a vehicle cut through. And we would ask that the rear setback be reduced from that area down to 0, or 10 foot away from any utilities, because that would give us the ability to develop the land and use it to its best use without having an interference with the public. And that's basically our proposal. Joe, if you've got a couple of slides there of pictures, that would be helpful. This is on the north end of 13th Street. You can see where the pavement ends right now. And this is the path that many of the people that had used the path to exit. But if you look straight ahead, you'll see that that's Davis Appliance, where those trucks are. People were cutting across this gentleman's lawn and just going over to that to those trucks and getting access to High Street. Since that has been a problem, they put in a chain link fence and prevented that access. Go to the next slide if you could, Joe. This is a picture of 13th Street from La Michicana on the left and an office building on the right. This is 13th Street and this is a public highway. There is plenty of room at the end of this layout to turn around, and people turn around here all the time. Next slide. This is 13th Street and the area that we're talking about cleaning up, not removing trees. These trees are being destroyed by kudzu. 70 years of neglect have had a toll on this, and these trees could be saved if we start working on it now. We would propose putting a path through here and cleaning up the kudzu, putting in a gravel road and maintaining it. We would use that gravel road for our own internal exit out the rear, but we would prevent through traffic from going through here. And I think there's one more slide, Joe. This is the other side of that path, and that's what we would connect to at the very end. There may be some realignment and we got to work with that a little bit, but that would give the residents of the Little High Street the ability to walk or bicycle down this path and connect to an area that doesn't have a chain link fence, that they can get to High Street, get to buses, get to shopping. We anticipate more restaurants coming in, more shopping coming in on High Street, and really connect the Little High Street to the High Street corridor. And we think it makes a lot of sense, and we're willing to make it happen. But we can't do it now because of this artificially created paper street.
All right, thank you very much. Joe, would you mind? Thank you. A question for Ms. Robertson, Ms. Creasy. If we elect to move that this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan, but only if he does the things that he suggests he's going to do, how do we do that? Because I don't think we can add conditions.
Yeah, this isn't an action that can be conditioned. It's an up or down resolution.
So we have to have faith. If we have, I'm getting ahead of myself because I want my colleagues to weigh in.
Well, in the past, you all have provided the recommendation, and then you have noted a few comments that you've asked to be passed on to council. And so that could be a consideration.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll let my colleagues go first. So, Mr. Palmer, anything?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Ms. Russell.
This should be easy, a easy question. What are the obligations of the city to maintain a right-of-way, a utility right-of-way?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What are the obligations of the city to maintain a utility right-of-way?
So generally, that is up to the city. So the city maintains the right-of-way in a manner that will ensure that the utilities that are in that area are operating properly, but there is not sort of a standard that requires it, for example, to not be overgrown. I mean, as long as it it suits the operation of the utility facilities, that's all that a utility easement is designed to ensure.
Right, okay, like it might be inconvenient to access if it's overgrown, but that's sort of the situation they've created.
Yeah.
This is maybe just one thing that I'm thinking, is it possible to allow for pedestrian connectivity, but not give up the right of way, meaning like keep the option to exercise it at a later date?
I don't know if that would suit the applicant's purposes, because again, just because the city owns the area, the city doesn't have any obligation to develop it to any particular standard, to create a pedestrian trail or that sort of thing. So depending on the reasons why the applicant wants it closed, I mean, the city already owns it, so in full, so it's not for one purpose or another. It'd be a little difficult to craft a closing that's a closing only for certain purposes, but that keeps title for other purposes. It's
sure.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just worried about limiting in some way development along East High should it ever be advantageous, not necessarily even for cut through, but for parking or, relegated parking or something like that.
Yeah.
Those are my thoughts.
Mrs. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, I have a sort of question to jump off that. Like, would the city allow a private entity to improve a right of way to a standard less than that of a street if it weren't required for a development, right? Like, but more simply, would we allow someone to take a platted right of way and put a nice pedestrian path there? Or do we demand that if they're going to make any improvements, it has to be up to the criteria of a street?
Right.
I suppose it depends on if it's for public use or not. If you want to make a path around your lot, it's your garden path. You don't have to make that ADA acceptable for yourself, unless you want to. But if the applicant is going to incorporate that area as a public sidewalk or a public, as part of a future public dedication of facilities, it's those public facilities that have to be compliant with particular standards if we're going to accept them and then turn around and own them again and maintain them.
Yeah, Roy, I think I would echo what Lisa said. I think to get to your question, it wouldn't necessarily have to be built to the full roadway standards, but it would have to be built to ADA standards or bicycle trail standards if those were the types of facilities that were going to be built in that right of way.
And would that be the case even if we were to vacate the right of way and they were to create a pedestrian path for public use?
If they were dedicating it for public use, it would have to meet those ADA guidelines, yes.
Okay, thanks. This is just the period for questions, right? Sure. Okay, I'll hold off for now. Thanks.
Mr. Bob.
I don't think I have any questions. I think y'all asked them. I was going to echo questions on what, if the theoretically applicant wanted to put in a pedestrian gravel way and this remains a right of way, being it, it's a jungle right now, as they said. is that allowed? If they just kind of clip down the extra, vegetation and put something down? Okay.
Are you suggesting that it would be a private owned area with a dedicated pathway through it? And
If it remained, if it still remains as a right of way for the city of Charlottesville, and they just voluntarily wanted to improve it to be a pedestrian pathway out of curiosity, is that something that the city will let them come in and cut down the trees that are, right in the middle of the walkway, or whatever they need to do to make it walkable? Because right now you can't really walk from one point to the other, so it doesn't really even meet the, it's not really a connector.
No, as long as it's city-owned property, there's sort of two rules. We can't let private individuals sort of use it for their private purposes as long as it's owned by the city, unless we leased it to them or something. But if they were providing a pedestrian path for use by the general public, and it's on the property that we own, my understanding is it's going to have to be compliant with standards for public accommodations.
Thank you.
If we, if we were to lease the property to them, and then it became their property by virtue of that lease, then they would control it. That might be a private facility. And I really can't say whether, if they allow people to privately cross an area that they have a leasehold interest in, what the requirements would be for them. I've never really had to look at that before.
Right, Lau.
Favorite topics, setback requirements. I am not concerned with maintaining the character of this paper street. Couldn't we just waive those setback requirements if we haven't developed the street?
The code doesn't allow for that. There are options if you're in a special use situation that would, you can request relief from setbacks, but that's the only situation given the current zoning ordinance.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Jody.
Can staff tell us what existing utilities are in this right of way now? And, well, that's redundant. What their condition, age is, and what are there any master plans for replacing them or adding to them?
No, that there's water, sewer, and gas located in that area. The condition of them and future plans, that's something we'd have to circle back with public utilities on.
And what's the size of the sewer and the water?
Again, I don't have that information directly in front of me, but I could get it for you.
Okay, now just trying to get a feel for how major this utility corridor is, and I thought the city had done normally does condition assessments of their utilities, and just wondering what their how soon someone's going to have to get in there.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, questions from council for the applicant or staff?
I don't have any.
I don't have any at this time either.
I don't have any. Just this is reminding me of another circumstance we were asked about with a small piece of a park and just the frustration on the part of the owners who would just like it to be in a better condition than it is. So I'm just a little perplexed about how we work through some of these things, but no specific questions. Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go from left to right. Any thoughts, Bill?
Chair Mitchell, would you like to conduct the public hearing prior to that point?
Oh yeah, there's a public hearing. My bad. Thank you again.
No problem.
Oh yeah, yes, I would like to do that. Thank you. Mr. Rice, is anyone in the lobby that would like to speak? Thank you, Ms.
Chair Mitchell, and at this time, if you'd like to address the commission on matters regarding 13th Street Northwest right-of-way, please click your raise hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. And our first speaker is Peter Krebs. Peter, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Peter. Forgive me for almost forgetting about you.
No worries. Thanks, everyone. I'm Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. PC is in the trenches truly every day working to obtain rights of way and easements to improve public connectivity and everyday access to nature. Alleys provide many services, including connectivity, everyday access to nature, low stress routes around town, and the ability to do creative forms of development, especially ADUs. So for the city to relinquish rights of way, there really needs to be an important public good. The owner's convenience is a factor, but a decision like this is very difficult to reverse. I find the verbal proposal quite interesting, and it actually might check almost all the boxes, which would, do just about everything that I described. There would need to be a public access right of way. An easement for that needs to be in writing. There are too many cases where we try to provide connectivity through public lands and through private lands. And we've seen many cases where leadership in an HOA changes or something, and then that right of way is lost. So it needs to be much more than a verbal agreement from the landowner. I have an alley behind my house. It does all the things that I described, and it, people walk their dogs, they take a break from the noise. The trail that's been described here would be great, and as was mentioned, connect to High Street. I think city code can give you guidance about how that would be. Clearly, it wouldn't need to be a highway. City has code for trails and how to make them safe, but not as onerous as any kind of street. So yeah, this is a complicated decision. I like the creativity that the landowner is exhibiting here, and I think I would like to see more details from prior to deciding. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Peter.
And next we have Stephen Bach. Stephen, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Stephen, welcome.
Thanks. I'm a property owner of over 26 years at 1208 Merriweather Street, very close to what we're talking about. Hello? And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have been opposed to the city's vacating any portion of this right of way. And I laid out my thoughts in a memo, which I sent to both the Planning Commission and the City Council. So they should have seen it. You should have seen it. And I'd like to respond to a couple of points made by Mr. Van Dorn in his letter. But first, I just want to say that I appreciate his offer about a bicycle pedestrian path. But what's important is having it binding so that it have to be done. They couldn't weasel out of it. and also that it would conform to ADA standards. A gravel path is not conforming to ADA standards. You cannot bicycle on a gravel path. But I just want to say that in Mr. Dorn's letter, he mentioned 80 years of inaction by the city. And, you know, 80 years ago, Mead Park did not exist. And 80 years ago, the Honesty Family Aquatic Center did not exist. And 80 years ago, how many commercial establishments were there on East High Street? Not a lot. But it's a different story now. And there is Mead Park, and there is the Aquatic Center. And as you know, East High is under redevelopment. And so there's a real interest in the city allowing citizens to go from the Little High, East High, or Little High neighborhood north to East High Street to patronize those commercial establishments and reach those employment destinations and so on. And there's also an interest in having people in the neighborhood north of East High Street reach Mead Park and the swimming pool. So to abandon or close off this right of way, I think would really not be in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And I would really urge the Planning Commission to find that it is not in conformance with it, unless some other arrangements are ensured to allow at least bicycle and pedestrian access conforming with ADA requirements. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Jonathan Rice. Jonathan, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I am in favor of a bike and pedestrian path through 13th Street. And I really liked Mr. Van Dorn's presentation and his promise. We absolutely do not want to see automobile traffic through here. From the documents that you all have made available, I understand you would anticipate vehicle traffic greater than 1,000 ADT. Is that what is that, average daily trips? What is that? Yeah, 1,000 extra cars going through that small street would be an enormous problem for the people who live there now. You know, there's a lot of talk about reducing our carbon footprint and reducing our reliance on automobiles. I'll give you some practical examples other than just going to Michoacana, which is near and dear to my heart, to have easier access to that restaurant. There are a lot of parents in this neighborhood with small children. From my house to Burnley Moran, where my daughter goes, that as the crow flies, it's 0.4 miles. To walk there, it's 0.9 miles because you have to walk this crazy roundabout way to get there. So not being the kinds of people who can be ready to go 30 minutes before the school day every day, you know, we wind up driving our daughter, and so do a lot of other parents. And it's so wasteful, and it's a real shame. We put her on the school bus, but the school bus comes by nearly an hour before the start of the school day, which is to go 0.4 miles. It's just not very helpful. If there were a way to walk through this, and I don't care if Mr. Van Dorn owns it or what the disposition of the legal disposition of the land is. If we could cut through here, there'd be a lot less traffic. There would be. And, you know, we've got this bike plan that you know, we're talking about. Well, you know, here's a good opportunity to tie all that in. And so I am I'm really adamant in opposition to automobile traffic through this. It will just be a mess. My wife and I used to live on Dice Street, which became a cut through for West Main and for Cherry Avenue. And that is the #1 reason we moved, because it was terribly unsafe. So please don't do that to 13th Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If anybody else would like to address commission regarding 13th Street right of way, please click your raise hand icon. A few more hands, Chair. Next up is Greg Jackson. Greg, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Welcome, Greg.
Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Jackson. I live on Little High Street. I'm an architect and was on the board. John Rice, who spoke before, we were co-presidents, and John's still on the board. I don't think the neighborhood has taken a formal position on it. There's been a lot of talk. The general consensus, echoed here, is that bike ped is desired and vehicular cut through is not. The question is, what's the action to get there? And I've been on both sides of this, actually, arguing it. As of today, I'm hesitant to give up the right of way. It's sort of what Peter was talking about, especially until I see the full consequences of it. There should be a map that could easily be shown when all the property lines meet in the middle and take over the right of way. And then we get the 10 foot on each side of utility as to what that path might be like. If there's a zero lot line, a zero setback from the properties on High Street, buildings could be right up close to that path. It'd be sort of a, maybe more urban than, what I would like to think of what it could be, a little more verdant. But I'm just trying to think of what, it seems like at this point, the city utility, Public Works needs to take a look and see, hey, we have forgotten about this. There probably does need to be a road that cuts through, a little pathway that cuts through here so we can access it instead of an emergency be out there trying to deal with things. So I would like to see a way that this could happen without the private, maybe give us some diagrams to show us what it looks like. I think zero setbacks may be too much to ask. It's just some of the stuff I'm thinking about now. But, certainly I think the graphics could be better in showing us what it would play out as if all that land becomes private and what that pathway would be like. I'm just not, that should be able to be diagrammed out, and it's not seen for you guys. You can imagine it's an odd little shape. So how you can, put all those lines in the middle, yet still promise a pathway. So, maybe in the future, this is the right way to go. But for now, for me, if I was sitting where you guys are, I would not be comfortable giving away the right of way until a lot of this stuff is fleshed out and we see diagrams of how the mapping of how it would actually be once the public land becomes private. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Elizabeth Carpenter. Elizabeth, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Hi, thanks. So I live here on Meriwether Street, and want to echo what John said about the cut through. I was the traffic assessment that they really are hoping to hold out the possibility for developing that for cut through traffic. It doesn't seem like a great idea to me. I don't see the benefit there. I would love to see the pedestrian bike pathway. And I also liked what Greg said about, I've spent a little time looking at all of the maps, and I do find it confusing, like if that's vacated, where does all of that land exactly go to? Yeah, so I think a little more looking into that, and I appreciate the creativity of Mr. Van Dorn of like, well, let's kind of see how we can all make it work. But I do think it needs some more diligence for that.
All right, thank you.
Chair, there are no other hands raised.
All right, then we will close the public hearing session. And once again, I begin deliberations. And why don't we just go from again? Let's go from right to left. Jody, what do you think? Wake up, Jody. Surprise.
Getting there. I'm getting there. Okay. You took me by surprise, Chair. Yeah, it does break your heart to look at pictures of this area overwhelmed by kudzu invasives. But I don't believe this conforms with the comprehensive plan vacating this piece of street. I don't like the idea of forfeiting the city from the future possibility of doing something and needing this street. I don't see that it benefits the larger community to do it. And in terms of making improvements, there are ways of doing things in this city that doesn't have to be either private or public done, being the city doing it. I'm aware of organizations, neighborhood community organizations that work with Chris Genzik, with Parks and Rec, to clear out invasives, to create open areas and to make improvements to park areas that are city property. There's a will in the community that would benefit from doing that here. It can be done. And so I'm not for vacating this property from by the city.
Mr. Zulius.
I think Mr. Alejandro put it pretty well. This is a public right of way. If I can understand a public benefit, then I'm open to the idea. But I don't have that clarity from staff yet. At this time, I can't support it, but I'm not convinced this is the best time to be making this decision. I'm leaning towards it, giving more time to think about this.
Mr. Bob.
Roy, I appreciate the options that you came up with to try to make something work. I think I'd have to agree with the other commissioners that I think since there are no conditions that can be set throughout this process, it kind of does not comply with it does not conform with the comprehensive plan. But I think in my opinion, there might be other options where we can possibly the city can take a look at, where maybe if Parks and Rec can study this property and estimate a date that they could get around to improving it. Maybe in the meantime, it could be leased out if residents in the neighborhood wanted to clean it up. I don't think it does conform. And on a separate note, I think as Missy was saying earlier, setback reductions are only allowable as part of a special use permit currently, and that could be something that we could take a look at with the new ordinances.
Mr. Stosenberg.
So I guess first I'd say I'm very sympathetic to the property owner's plight with the rear setback issue. I think the high street zone as it is now doesn't make a lot of sense. And even if this were vacated, it would still require a 10-foot landscape buffer adjacent to a low density residential district, which I'm not even sure if that can coincide with a utility easement. So that could add even more. I think Commissioner Habab is correct that the appropriate way to address that would be with a ZTA or just waiting for the new zoning ordinance, which is anticipated to create some pretty significant increases in intensity in this area that could make improvement of a right of way more viable, or even given that how much this would unreasonably restrict the utilization of these properties, to go ask the BZA for a variance. I'm not the planning commissioner on the BZA, so I can say, I think, that my impression would be that they very well might grant a variance in a case like this. All that said, I think the comprehensive plan is quite clear that, as far as our transportation network goes, more connectivity is good, and a redundant grid is the way to go. I hear the neighbors' concerns about vehicular traffic. I'm certainly no fan of vehicular traffic myself, but everyone wants their street to be the cul-de-sac and the one over to be the one where they can drive fast to get places they want, and relief on a street for some amount of traffic, for that local traffic to come through, has very real benefits. And I'd note that the 1000 ADT is for Meade Avenue and not what would be moved if there were a cut through or a connected grid here. All that said, again, it's not likely that there would be an improved street here. And I would very much like to see a bicycle and pedestrian connection in lieu of that. So the proposal that was made is pretty compelling to me. And I wish we could figure out a way to make that work on the public right of way, even if it has to meet standards, which it sounds like we'll probably have to anyway if it's open to the public. And so, I would hope that Public Works would allow adjacent property owners to make stormwater improvements as necessary on public land, and to make bicycle and pedestrian improvements, compliant with standards, if they so desire voluntarily. But as compelling as that is, it's not a proffer, it's not binding. I just don't see how I can vote to affirm this as compliant with the comprehensive plan.
Ms. Russell.
Yeah, I agree with what my fellow commissioners have said. I would be interested in, and I know this proposal letter kind of addendum came in today. I would appreciate staff's response and thoughts on what may be viable, or sort of like could be codified in terms of achieving pedestrian connectivity. But I'm reticent to limit the potential, and give up a right of way. And I'm also not, I'm not as convinced that it would be a really great cut through when Stewart Street is right there providing connectivity to Meade. That's not to say I don't hear the concerns. I'm just, there is an existing cut through that's pretty direct right there to Meade from High. But I appreciate the applicant's creativity, and I hope we can, find ways to work together on this moving forward. Thank you.
Yep, and I have to agree with my colleagues. This is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan, but the creativity makes this very appealing, and it's pretty vexing that we can't find a way to do this through this process. But I don't see a way forward. So I think there's a general consensus. Is there anyone who'd like to take the next step? Yes, Mr. Van Dorn.
If I might speak, obviously, we all want the same thing. It's just getting there is the challenge. Legally, and giving up city land is always a challenge. I would like to withdraw my application and vote for today, and maybe work through Ms. Robinson and the city staff, and maybe come back with an idea that is acceptable. Owning the land for us is not that important. What is important is that the Little High Street neighborhood has a way to utilize connectivity, but not automobile. Believe me, you do a survey in Little High, nobody wants cut through. And it's not designed for it. So I'm going to withdraw my application if I can, rather than take a no vote, and then come back to the city planning office with another proposal in a month or two.
I think that's a great idea because we all like what you're attempting to do. So thank you, and we accept your withdrawal.
Okay.
All right, guys, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so be back in 5 minutes, please. We got 2 more things on the docket. Alrighty, I think we're ready to re-engage. And I believe this is the steep slope waiver for South First Street, CRHA. Ashley, haven't we seen this a few times already?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh gosh. All right, Ms. Rainey, are you ready to deliver your report?
Yes, Chair. Good evening, Carrie Rainey with Neighborhood Development Services. The Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority, henceforth referred to as CRHA, is requesting a waiver from the requirements and conditions of a critical slope waiver previously granted to it pursuant to Section 34-1120B for Phase 1 of the South First development. City Council granted a critical slope waiver with conditions to CRHA on March 4th, 2019 for this Phase 1 project. The previously granted critical slope waiver allows for construction and land disturbing activities within critical slopes for a development that would include 62 multifamily residential units in 3 buildings and a community resources center. Improvements specific to areas where critical slopes would be impacted should the waiver be approved are shown on the critical slope exhibit and include portions of the buildings, sidewalks, on-street parking areas, access aisles, stormwater maintenance facilities, and recreational amenity spaces. Subsequent to commencement of construction, CRHA contacted staff representing that it could not construct the development in accordance with the previously approved critical slope waiver. Specifically, CRHA believes that it cannot comply with condition 4. The provided staff analysis focuses on the applicant's proposed modification to the previously approved critical slope waiver. Each applicant for a critical slope waiver is required to articulate a justification for the waiver and to address how the land disturbance as proposed will satisfy the purpose and intent of the critical slope regulations. The applicant has provided this information in the attached critical slopes waiver narrative. The approved general land use plan of the comprehensive plan calls for the site to be high density residential, which is defined as a density of more than 15 dwelling units per acre. The applicant currently proposes a density of approximately 21 dwelling units per acre. Per section 34-1120B-6D2, the shape and location of the critical slopes may unreasonably restrict the use and development of the subject properties in a manner in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Alternative site layouts may reduce impacts to critical slope areas, but also may impact other development factors, such as achievable residential unit counts and increased construction cost. I will now defer to Jack Dawson, city engineer, to elaborate on the technical analysis and recommendations.
Thank you, Carrie. As I hope all the commissioners have seen in the report, there was a condition that I formulated based on some submittals that we got last week. But I just wanted to give sort of a brief background of where we are here and describe the situation generally, just so everyone's sort of aware of sort of my concerns, I suppose. There were previously 4 or 5 conditions approved for this project, and one was to have buildings 1 and 2 completed before building 3 could start. And the purpose of that is building 3 is placed on the trap that serves to treat the sediment that flows from the areas where 2 and 3 are being built. There are some other issues with this plan as approved, and so not long ago, I want to say in June, an amendment was approved to address how the BMP, which is the best management practice for stormwater, which is a quantity feature and it's an underground detention pipe, would be constructed because it wasn't clear in the plan. And so we approved an amendment that showed how not only would buildings 1 and 2 be constructed first, but that the curb on the south side of the parking lot would not be constructed with the parking lot, so that the water would not go into the storm drains and not go into the BMP, but would in fact flow off the curb into the trap where the dike would remain, taking that water down there. And so while I totally understand that obviously the supply logistics construction is a bit screwy these days, coming out of COVID with demand and everything, that I don't think alleviates the existing concerns. So what the applicant wants to do now is eliminate that requirement essentially. My concerns with that is a very specific requirement based on how this plan was put together with building 3 and the trap being coincident. And so my previous, what the applicant is proposing now, and I believe there was another email today that I hope that the commissioner saw. Okay, I've seen some head shakes. So, or some nodding rather. And that referenced mulch and silt fence. And that's mostly not acceptable for this type of application. And there are sort of some further concerns I have with that as well. So while I did craft that statement, I don't know how in the weeds you want me to get with this, but I believe if Mr. Rice can bring up the PDF that Misty provided and go to sheet the 4th, I should be 4.4 here. There we go. So this is what's being proposed by the applicant now. You can see the blue is the approximate mulched area. It's a little hard to see at this scale. And I don't suppose I can use my cursor, huh? Is that possible? It's gonna make it tough. But this is perfect. This is perfect. If you go back to that view, I think I can deal with that. All right, so you can see the light green is the area that would be sodded. The blue is the area that have mulch, and then the red is silt fence. And what the update to the plan today said was that there's 3 filtering practices. Mulch is not a stabilization measure for this use. The intent would be that the people building the buildings would be in the mulch bed. Mulch is in the Virginia Erosion Control Handbook as an acceptable practice, but it's for the same thing you use it typically. And straw is actually in the mulch spec. And so that's for just preventing raindrop erosion, which is you have bare ground, cover the ground so that the raindrops don't actually stir up the mud and get them moving. So technically the use of mulch in this situation require variance to the Erosion Control Handbook. The mulch is less of a concern to me as so much as some of the other issues going on here. There are some sort of issues generally with the plan clarity. I understand that when I was made aware of this 2 weeks ago, I proposed taking it to the Planning Commission that night when we were discussing, and obviously there was not time, that was the comp plan evening. And so I know that the applicant has done their best to get something here, but part of this plan is very complex, to say the least, with the schemes. And there is a lot of information on the plan that's not necessarily in the sequence. And I don't feel the need to go through and demonstrate all these areas that don't quite make sense to me. But there are some considerable issues with this. And it's going to be very hard to see on here, but if you see within the blue line here where there's that SO label with the arrows, that's the sod. Yeah, there you go. That's the sod label. But just above that is a 402 contour. That's the 402 contour, which implies there's a basin there. And if you see right under that cursor is a gray inlet system. And so that inlet system is not specified when it's to be installed. That inlet system would carry water into the main storm drain system, which would take it to a BMP. That wasn't detailed. I asked for when that was intended to be built, and it's not clear. But if it's not built early on, then you're going to have all these basins at elevation 402 around the foundation as the foundation's poured without anywhere to leave. The building is currently shown on the last amended plan I saw to be at a finished floor elevation of 402.2, which is only 0.2 feet higher than those basins. And again, if you're looking at that, there's a lot of 402 contours, so that whole area is essentially flat back there. And so mulch with tracked vehicles and lifts and all the trades in there doing their thing is not going to be adequate. And then the second point is that, again, as of a month ago, the plan was changed so that the intent would be this curb you see on the plan south, the bottom of this parking lot would not be built, so that the water would not go into those inlets and not go into the underground detention. They'd flow across where that sidewalk's proposed to be into a dike and then into a trap. And what's happening now is that it's being directed right into the storm drain system. And so per this plan, the only filtering systems really be that red silt fence, which is shown. And then the inlet protection is not supposed to be the primary erosion sediment control feature. And then the BMP would be used for essentially erosion sediment control by default, because it would be getting flows. And if you can scroll down to if it's either this plan or plan 3, the plans as submitted currently, you can leave it here. That's fine. I'll just describe it. There is a note that says, in an emergency situation, the BMP can be used as erosion sediment control feature. And that's still on this very plan, of which conflicts with the sequence that says, now that's the primary feature after all these are done. And there are some more inconsistencies in there. The narrative provided today talks about the silt fence being behind the sidewalk and then building the sidewalk later, sort of conflicting with itself. And some other issues which, in looking at this plan and the amount of information that's on the plans in places other than the sequence and the amount of time it takes to read all that and try and figure out what's going on, it's going to be difficult to ensure that what's done here is actually enforceable and carried out. There's been significant problems on the site so far with conforming to the erosion control scheme. Just last week, they went outside the LOD and possibly disturbed more critical slopes at the bottom because there wasn't feasible to get down there and work within the prescribed LOD. And as of today, I understand that there was a bust on the survey of about as much as 5 feet at where the pipe outfalls, the storm drain outfalls, as it's designed. With all the riprap that's required for such a significant outfall, it conflicts with the sewer line. It's not shown like that on the plan, but it physically is like that in the field. And so we're going to need more revisions. And so while I created that condition, I'm not really comfortable suggesting that that is going to be the silver bullet that makes this workable. So yes, any questions you have for me, I'm happy to answer.
Jack, what you just walked us through, is that your recommendation, or is this the revised recommendation that we got from the applicant?
It was not terribly different. The primary difference in what we received today, so I had a recommendation that the buildings be ringed with silt fence entirely and then stone base be put down, what's called a stone construction entrance or a stone access road, so that the vehicles building the building can be on stone in lieu of in a basin that's a muddy mulch mix of things. But the more I look at this plan, and I do apologize, I didn't have much, especially to look at this plan. This plan that was provided today adds essentially silt fence to this scheme, and which is a good step. But again, based on all the silt fence that I saw down at the site today, and once the builders get going, the erectors get going, making buildings vertical, they're not too keen on silt fence. And a standard silt fence, you can drive right over, you can kick it over, and so there's some concerns there. So I guess while I suggested a condition, now it'd really sort of be the minimum condition at this point, and I would have to see more of these things addressed in further submittals, and I can't. It'd be hard for me to craft a condition that describes all the things that I would need to see addressed in a more considered submittal, I suppose.
So I'm just a little confused. You just walked us through what was your revised recommendation that's in the application that we read earlier today, but you're not endorsing it.
It's a good recommendation. It's not going to close the gaps in sort of the scheme here, because again, very generally, what was intended to happen is that the 2 buildings here are surrounded in blue were to be built first, because the building that's just off the bottom page has the trap. In sort of just saying, well, we're just going to eliminate the trap and build the building and we'll ring it with silt fence, there are further problems that need to be investigated on this plan. Again, it's not stated in the sequence when this entire roof leader system or yard inlet system will be built. That's very important, because if you don't build it first, you're going to have all these basins of mud, and the silt fence inside is not going to do anything because there's not adequate conveyance here. That without those inlets, that whole rear blue line is going to be a pond because these contours don't flow anywhere, but to a yard inlet system that has not been detailed when it's going to be constructed.
So nothing about this project has been an exact science. And clearly we don't have all the answers either. And we've seemed never to have had all the answers. Do we have enough answers for you to feel comfortable with us granting the waiver based on what you've got? Or
I could probably craft some language that would lead to more submittals and reviews. You know, it's
Perhaps maybe hearing from the applicant team, maybe that will provide some insight that might be helpful to the discussion.
all right, we'll do that. Let's see if any of my colleagues have any questions for Jack.
Can I just start by asking if we could instruct Mr. Rice to give Mr. Dawson and the applicant the annotation tool in Zoom so that they can draw on the screen and point things out instead of kind of verbally describing where on the plan they're looking at. I asked over chat, but he said it was up to you, Chair Mitchell.
Yeah, it's fine.
Thanks.
Now let's start with Jody. Jody, you have any questions for Jack and team? Is Jody out there?
Questions for Jack. No, I'm confused. I'm looking to get some clarity on what the issue is. And it sounds like, you know, from the presentation I've heard so far, we've got non-compliance going on. They're having problems building it like they've already said they were going to build it. I don't know what that has to do with the critical slope waiver, but I'm just hearing a lot of problems, and I would like to have them teased out to know what is it we're supposed to, what are we being asked to do, and what impact, and are there things that still have to be worked out that doesn't need to have us not grant the waiver that's being requested. I need some clarity here.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Lyle.
So I'm going to hazard a guess at the situation, and I'd like some staff commentary on my hazard. My guess is that if we don't amend this language, we lose this project at least for a year. LifeTech funding goes away, and we're in a bad shape. If my second guess is that if we do find some language that is better, we have no real guarantees that it will be great. Are my guesses accurate?
I wouldn't speak to the first question. I mean, the project's under construction. And so, again, I apologize, but this came to light like 8 days ago or something like that. So it's hard for me, and I'd be curious to hear the applicant's response to what I've said so far, but it's hard for me to, they're trying to address one specific thing that to address their concern or their issues with getting the materials. Again, what they don't want to do is, if they can't get materials, they don't want to prep building 1 and 2, just to sit around and wait for materials to arrive, and they could prep building 3 so they can build all 3 at the same time, which is an understandable concern. The issue is that I don't think what's been submitted, and I know they've had a little bit of time to prepare for this, is satisfactory. So I've been trying to think of a condition I can tell you that would minimal. I'm trying to think of sort of a catch-all one, so they can take a week to put this all down logically. But again, that being said, to Mr. Alejandro's issue about what does that have to do with critical slopes, I think there's 5 critical slope conditions. And so one is that the LOD will be marked in the field, the limits of disturbance, so that everybody can see it. But they went past that. There is no repercussion for that, you know? And so my concern is that it makes my job awful hard if we put a condition on here with an honest intent of keeping sedimentation out of Pollock's Branch, and I've been at this site an awful lot, talking with the contractors, and they point at this note, and then I point at this note, and then everybody tries to figure out what the logical next step is. And so, again, we're waiting. They're under notice to comply now for failure to adhere to the plan. And so we're going to need plans to address how they've expanded the LOD and see if they've impacted more critical slopes. That's going to affect stormwater management computations and all those things as well. I think that'd be amendment at least 4 for this project. And so it's kind of hard for me to keep up with all of these things. And I don't, again, the applicant was doing this very quickly too, but what I saw today was sort of a shift away from the correspondence that I was working on with the engineer last week regarding using the underground detention as a trap. This is extremely, esoteric erosion sediment control things. But for example, the BMP facility they have, you cannot use that. You cannot direct sediment laden water to that facility without a variance to the erosion sediment control handbook, because you can only use features from the VESH for what they're intended without a variance. I'd entertain a variance. I'd prefer not to, because we spent an awful lot of time putting this thing into place that would work as shown. But that pipe is on, it's a massive, I don't know, it's 4, 5, 6 feet wide. It's a big pipe for detaining water, but it's on a 0.5% slope with a hole in the bottom. That hole is at the invert of the pipe. So if you get mud into that system, it goes right through. There's no sediment dropout or anything like that provided. And so minimally, I think that if we could have a condition that the sequence is clarified for how the stuff is actually going to work, stick with my condition about the stone construction entrance essentially instead of mulch, and then address how the BMP will be tweaked, when it will be constructed, what orifices in the weir plate will be plugged when, how that will work, how all that stuff is going to work. That's what we need to see. So maybe those are the 3 conditions there, but more work would need to be done essentially.
Ms. Robertson would like to get in the game.
So for those commissioners who haven't been through critical slopes applications before, I'd like to sort of offer a much higher up description of how I think we got here. So the city has this provision in the zoning ordinance. It was adopted years ago. My understanding was that it was intended to provide additional protection for sensitive environmental issues, areas, I'm sorry, sensitive environmental areas. And the idea is that if you protect critical slopes, you're achieving some sort of environmental benefit. And so the city wrote a zoning ordinance provision that says you protect these critical slopes, but then turn around and said, but we'll let you obtain a waiver of that protection under certain circumstances. Those provisions were written before the state really beefed up all of its erosion and sediment control regulations. So now we have modern erosion and sediment control regulations, and you almost always are being asked to vote on a critical slope waiver before an applicant has actually ever done the detailed work needed to get approval of an erosion and sediment control plan in accordance with the regulations. So the situation you wind up with is you vote on these things and you adopt conditions such as let's sequence the buildings to make sure we provide extra protection for the critical slopes areas and minimize disturbance. And then you find out when you get closer to construction through the process of doing the erosion and sediment control plan that certain things can or can't be done with that. You all don't typically ever see an erosion and sediment control plan. That's all handled administratively by a local E&S administrator. And that's why this is so confusing. Your role is to try and figure out what steps you would like to implement above and beyond basic erosion and sediment control measures to protect this area that is a critical slope area. Or if you are now at the point where for one reason or another, you just want to grant a general waiver to the critical slopes area and modify conditions that really can't be implemented, then Mr. Dawson and the city's ENS staff will just have to work through all of this ENS compliance with the developer in the context of those state regulations. So my counsel to you, and I hope this isn't an oversimplification, is what you really need to decide tonight is whether or not you're going to get rid of the construction sequencing condition and whether or not you need to get rid of any other conditions and just say we're granting a general waiver, work it out through the ENS process. I think that's really, that's about as simplified as I can make it.
Work it out through the ENS process. It seems on the surface, you may be, this may be the way you have to do this, but seems to me to be an abdication of responsibility. If we just say work it out through the ENS process, we then leave Pollock's Creek at the mercy of all these other little idiosyncrasies that may present themselves. Am I missing something? And I'm not challenging you, I'm just asking.
The problem is that the only conditions that you all to date have been able to conceive of that might achieve that level of protection, the developer is saying they can't do them.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how you want to resolve it, but critical slopes waivers deal with measures above and beyond just regular old erosion and sediment control. But that's very difficult to craft as planning commissioners because you have, not all of you have erosion and sediment control engineering or other expertise.
So let's say that we say work it out through the ENS process. What precedent do we set with other developers?
Well, this is probably what you get. This is sort of not, this is not the only time a situation like this has come about, but this particular type of development is one that everybody wants to see move forward, as expeditiously as it can. And so everyone's very concerned about it. But personally, I'm going to add to the list of things you all need to look at during the zoning ordinance rewrite, this critical slopes waiver provision. And I'm not sure you all should be looking at it ever unless you're looking at it in conjunction with an ENS plan that's been engineered and developed through the site plan process. You all, in my opinion, you all are getting these way too early, and it's creating more problems than it is achieving environmental benefits.
Right, so where were we?
You're back to having to collectively decide whether you would prefer to grant a general waiver or whether there are any conditions that the developer can comply with above and beyond regular ENS measures and things like mulch and straw and all of that. That's all to be handled under the normal ENS regulations. I don't know how to achieve a higher level of protection. I have to punt back to Jack.
Yeah, so to sort of follow up on that, well, it's also frustrating when we do these critical slope things way early in the process, and it's like with a PUD or something, and they're just showing you rectangles, and here's the building, and then it kind of makes my job easier because I can make a blanket statement because I don't have to go through the details with you about what mulch spec applies. It can be more general. And sometimes it's helpful. The last two actually were pretty decent in that this was like Grove Street and 6th Street, I think, and that there was enough of a plan there that I glanced at and said, okay, this is the problem. And that was the one condition. This is not I mean, I can, to Rory's point, I can describe that plan for the next 3 hours and my concerns, and that's not going to solve this problem. I guess what I can tell you is that I couldn't, if there was no critical slope provision and this just came in as a VSMP amendment or a erosion control amendment, I couldn't approve what's sitting here right now. And so if I understand your concern about abdicating the responsibility here, but it's not in the interest of keeping this project moving. Again, we're already have various enforcement actions, things like that, which require more plans and there'll be more reviews. If you eliminated condition 4 about the trap and the sequencing, we would go through the typical review process of this amendment and try and get something. There's still a condition in there. I tend to agree, with Lisa that this is the way that this was developed, the critical slope ordinance. We have improved erosion control statewide, and people are getting better at it. So it's not quite as important as it once was. And so that might be the easiest thing for everyone. And had I had this a month ago to prepare for this, it has still been confusing because I'd given you 3 pages of this is what, and that's where, sometimes it just helps to get with the applicant and their engineer and say, this is the concern, work through it, instead of doing it in this public forum with, a lot of moving pieces and everybody. I don't want to explain to you my issues with that plan any more than you want to sit there and have me explain my issues with it.
All right, so what I'd like to do, Ryan, I'm going to get you in a second. What I'd like to do is move on to the next commissioner, but let's let Ryan jump in real quick, and then because I would like to get through the whole thing, and then we'll start our dialogue. Ryan, you had a point.
Yeah, hi. I'm with Breeden Construction. I'm the project executive for this project, and I just wanted to try to kick off a presentation from the applicants themselves with the developers, Ashley Davies, Jay Kessler, our engineer of record, Scott Collins, and our team with Breeden Construction. I think some clarity may be brought to the request here rather than just a report that came through, unfortunately, first thing this morning.
Yeah, we will do that, but let me make sure we get all the commissioners in real quick, and then we'll give it to the applicant and let you guys go through your presentation. Is that all right? Okay. Kareem, any other thoughts beyond Lyle and utilities in mind?
Not really. I do want to disclose that I am working with the owner at CRHA and the applicant on a separate project that's next door, which is phase 2 of South First Street, but I believe I can remain impartial for this critical slopes application waiver.
Right, Rory.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Robertson and Mr. Dawson for that clarification. I think that was really the crux of my question. And so I'll put it back to you and kind of restate that is like, it seems to me that the problems with this ESC plan right now are that it doesn't meet the state ESC requirements. And so, you're the ENS administrator, you're gonna only approve it when it meets those requirements. So is there additional authority above and beyond that you need under like the critical slopes waiver that we're discussing here today? Or is it better to just kind of let you do what you need, right? Like I know sometimes we talk about you need that extra authority to ask for extra plans or phasing or whatever.
No, I think that's a good question. I believe condition number 1, and I can't zoom and look at all this stuff at the same time, but condition number 1 says something along the lines of other measures as deemed necessary by the VSMP authority or whatever it is. And so if they argue with me too much, I can use that, I suppose, to answer your question, that there's some extra authority there if required.
Okay, thanks. And I mean, I guess I'll probably ask you that question again at the end after the applicant's presentation, once we have a little more clarity.
And Liz, anything?
No, I have no questions. I'm very interested in the presentation and then what Mr. Dawson has to say.
And Bill.
Yeah, I don't have any comments or questions at this point. It's interesting.
All right, we'll then toss the ball over to the applicant for a presentation.
Okay, Ryan, is it okay if I give a quick intro and then hand it over to you? Okay, great. Good evening, everyone, Chairman Mitchell and commissioners and staff. Thank you for your time tonight. And I'm sorry, I thought this would be one of your easier items on the agenda, but turns out nothing is easy these days. So thank you for considering this request tonight, and thank you so much for staff for getting this in front of you so quickly, since it has become a big issue on our site. So again, my name is Ashley Davies. I'm with Riverbend Development and Affordable Housing Group, LLC. We are the pro bono development partner of the Housing Authority. I do have several members of our team with us tonight. I've got Jake Hessler, who is the owner's representative and construction master. And we've got Ryan Goodrich from Breeden, Jessica Voss from Breeden, and as well as Scott Collins, our engineer that designed the erosion and sediment control plans and put together some of these waiver exhibits. And I really appreciate both the quandary that Jack is in, as well as the information that Lisa shared with you. I think she summarized it perfectly, the fact that these critical slopes waivers come very early in the process, and you all are asked to add all these technical conditions to really a project that's not fully designed at that point. And it does create a lot of issues along the way. And you know, I think that none of us want to be in this position, but we appreciate everyone coming here tonight, and we'll try to provide as much clarity as we can for your consideration. But in general, when we looked at this almost 2.5 years ago now, I think staff was recognizing that it is a tight site and was looking for ways that we could phase it in to really ensure that we're not doing anything near the slopes until we absolutely had to, keeping that trap in place. And if anyone has been by the site recently, and the Breeden team can give more specific information, but basically what you'll find is in terms of the critical slopes waiver itself, all the slopes that needed to be disturbed have been disturbed at this point. All the perimeter measures and those types of things are in place. So we've done all the major grading on the site, and the building foundations are in. And so we're at that point where we're basically preparing for vertical construction. But what we found is, as was alluded to with COVID, all of our suppliers were having a really hard time getting the materials to even build the buildings. And so we're really having to adapt and pivot as much as we can to keep the project moving forward as closely as we can to the anticipated schedule. And in general, we really appreciate the city as being a major partner on this project. And we have residents next door that are, waiting to move into their new home. So everyone's really excited about this. But yes, we have run into some issues, some issues with the survey, things not being exactly where we thought they were. And we're all just trying to adapt as best we can, but we certainly don't have any ill intent, and we are just as committed to protecting Pollock's Branch as anyone else. But I just wanted to be, I guess, as clear as I could that in terms of the actual waiver and disturbance of slopes, that has already happened, and the stabilization methods are on site. And then what we're looking at around the buildings 1 and 2, we're looking at these measures that are above and beyond, which include the permanent stabilization method of sod around those buildings, which we know we're basically going to put all that in. I don't know if Joe wants to pull up the exhibit that Jack had been referencing that might help. Mr. Rice, are you able to pull up the exhibit that Jack was looking at? But basically, you know, what we're going to do is go ahead and, instead of temporary stabilization methods on those areas of the site, we will put in a more permanent stabilization in all the areas that are outlined in green. That's where the permanent sod goes down. And then it's really just around those building foundations where the sod is not going to hold up very well. So we will be continuously refreshing the mulch. And then downhill of that is where all the silt fence will go in on the downhill side of the building to catch anything, you know, that might come through. But basically you've got all this sod area, and then the rest of this is already foundation of buildings. So it's not any, you know, vast areas of exposed dirt. And then, as Jack mentioned, then on the the downhill side of the parking areas, you have the additional inlet protection. So what this really gets into is not, as Lisa mentioned, it's really not much of anything to do with the critical slopes waiver, because the slopes have been disturbed and the site, you know, is in the process of getting back towards stabilization as we move forward with construction. So what we're really talking about tonight is getting an erosion and sediment control sequence that everyone can be comfortable with. And yes, this is a little bit different because we have this condition that was imposed over 2 years ago that we're finding does not work with current conditions. And we've also, I think, spent a lot of time working with staff to try to make adaptations on site as we've discovered issues. But basically what we found is staff is like, well, we can't actually make any of these recent adaptations because this was a planning commission and city council condition. So it doesn't really allow the E&S process to adapt or be amended with staff. And, you know, as Lisa mentioned and Jack mentioned, those are very strict measures imposed by the state, and Jack, through condition 1, already has the ability to impose additional measures as necessary that are above and beyond. So, you know, I think we're just looking for a solution. We do not see any danger whatsoever to Pollock's Branch at this point. And I think with that, since I am the least technical person on my team, I will hand it over to Ryan for whatever details he would like to add that might truly help clarify the situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. You summarized it very well. The conversation was brought to the team's attention that there was a supply issue with lumber in particular to be able to construct buildings 1 and 2, which are the ones in this photo that are surrounded by the blue mulch lines. And that, unfortunately, in order to keep the schedule and catch up to the overall delivery schedule, we realized as a team that it was going to take building 3 along with buildings 1 and 2 in order to keep the schedule. Initially, the schedule was laid out that, you know, building 3 would come much later, as building 1 and 2 would be out of the ground and, according to the documents, E&S documents, stabilized. The parking area, I'm not sure what Mr. Dawson is referring to with the lower half of the curb and gutter being left out as part of the next phase of eliminating the sediment basin. It clearly states that the parking area was to be completed, and that all inlets be fully operational. And that can't happen obviously until the curb and gutter on this plan south of what we're looking at is fully installed. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get rid of the pond so that we can build the third building, and we're trying to do it so that we can keep the schedule. And as Ashley alluded to, you know, we've got a community that's cheering us on right next door, and we've got a city that's been wonderful to work with so far, and we really are just trying to keep the expectations and keep the community from being let down. And so we were trying to get creative about the way to keep the progress in the midst of today's environment and material shortages and supply chain shortages. And so we conferred with our team and Mr. Collins and pitched a couple of ideas. And I'm not entirely sure about Mr. Dawson's recollection of, you know, 8 days ago this came up. We had a conversation, he and I, we had a meeting set that he wasn't able to make it to, but we had a phone conversation directly after that. And I pitched the same verbal idea on a phone call. He made it sound like this was going to be something that could be potentially redlined, just a narrative, as he said, and put into a set of drawings as a red line. And so we thought we had some traction. We put together that narrative. Unfortunately, there was a glitch in some other language that contradicted what we were trying to do. And so, you know, we are where we are now, but this has been going on. This conversation has been going on almost a month. And so we're just looking to, I think it was alluded to get almost a general concession that our team work with Mr. Dawson's team to make sure that we're complying with state and local regulations, and get creative in a way to maintain the schedule, but to accelerate the removal of the sediment basin, and not do anything abundantly different than the way the drawings are designed, other than the fact that we will have foundations sticking out of the ground instead of full 3-story buildings. And that's the only difference in what we're trying to achieve here, is to start building the third building before we get buildings 1 and 2 exteriors completed. And so that's the goal. And I know Mr. Collins has been working with us on trying to get creative on how to make sure that we comply. And so I'll turn it over to him. But I think we're looking for the city to help us help the community and help CRHA get to a point where this project can continue to stay off the ground. It finally got off the ground, and I think all of our intent is to keep it that way. So if I could turn it over to Mr. Collins, I'd appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody. I won't go too much further because Ashley and Ryan have done a great job kind of summarizing it. But what I want to really hit on is the fact that in our sequencing, with the removal of the sediment trap, we're not changing that. We are still achieving 100% stabilization on the site from the parking lot up. For everything that would go to that sediment trap, before we remove that sediment trap, we are stabilizing that per Virginia stormwater and E&S erosion control measures standards. Mulching is a standard. Sod is a standard. These were approved. We're doing the same thing. We are stabilizing the site. In addition, all that water is then being routed through our stormwater management facility, clean water, because it is stabilized site. It does have inlet protection as another form of on the inlets, just to ensure that the runoff is treated if it drains through the site, just for additional and above and beyond controls. But the idea is that all this site will be stabilized, because with the sod and with the mulch around in all the upland areas, that is what the approved plans say now, and that's what the approved plans That's what we're asking for to continue. The only change is that other than, just like Ryan said, other than the exterior of the actual buildings being completed, they will still be working on the buildings. Yes, there will be scaffolding on top of the mulch, but nobody will be in there dig with a shovel digging around that foundation, creating disturbance, which would constitutes not being stabilized. So everything will still be stabilized with the sod and with the mulch areas. That's what we're talking about. And that is the crux of it. That's the only thing we're really asking tonight about with the critical slopes waiver, is with that condition 4, is about when we can go ahead and achieve stabilization on the upper half of the site so we can remove the sediment trap on the lower part and start the construction of building number 3. And we are committed to stabilizing all the upland areas as it was originally approved. And I think that's the biggest thing that's sort of being lost and a lot of the discussions tonight. And the reason why we're asking for this is because of COVID issues, but we're not asking for anything that wasn't really already part of the approved plans, because we're still in compliance with that. And I'm definitely here to answer questions and talk about any more as far as the engineering aspects of everything. But we're not asking for the BMP to be an ENS measure to hold sediment laden water, because we're not looking. That's not what we're trying to achieve. And if we were doing that, then I wouldn't need to be behind this plan trying to take it forward. I've put the requirement on the site for it to be upland area to be stabilized before that trap can be removed. And as engineer record, that's what I'm been working with the contractors, the site contractors with the team in order to achieve. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. This is Jay Kessler. As Ashley said, I'm the owner's representative working with Affordable Housing Group as the pro bono developer. I'm not going to speak to any of the technical part that our team's gone over. I've been following this. The Breeden team did come to us about a month ago or so with their issue with the lumber delivery. Not surprising based on everything you read and how the market's treating construction projects these days. They were looking at a way to maintain schedule and delivery, as they've said. One of the reasons that I'm comfortable with our team putting this forward is that, I'm not an ENS expert, but I've been around construction a lot, done a lot of owner's representation. And I think, in my opinion, the Breeden team has actually done a good job following the ENS requirements on the project. We got off to a rough start. There were 2 notice of violations within the first month of the job back in February. Breeden worked with Jack and David Frazier and their teams, got regrouped, and there have been regular inspections. And until last Friday, I wasn't aware of any violation. I did get a phone call and a heads up that there had been an ENS inspection done, and that apparently there was something noticed that we were going to receive a notice of violation on. I called the superintendent for Breeden, Brett, about it. He talked to David Frazier. We have not seen the notice of violation yet. We don't know what it includes, but Brett took proactive measures to talk to David, was trying to meet with him this week. I think that might have happened today, so I don't have the details of that. But in offering to take this approach of effectively doing what the original plan required of stabilizing around buildings 1 and 2, but this time having to actually build the structures off of them, I believe Breeden's team is focused on what that will take to maintain the stabilization and not disturb the ground. We'll inspect it, and what they'll do, what they're committing to the owner, they would do. And that's why Ashley and I were comfortable representing the owner on this. of helping support this plan go forward. There's definitely going to be an increased burden on their construction team to do the scaffolding, to do the building of buildings 1 and 2 off of stabilized ground. They've committed to us that they will do that, and we believe, based on their track record so far, that they will. So we appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you guys very much. And Joe, would you? Yeah, thanks. So I can see everybody. Where is everybody? There they are. All right, any questions for the applicant? Wow.
Schedules are near and dear to my heart. It sounds like maybe my fears about LIHTC funding are not correct. What are the schedule risks here?
I think I did take this one. Do you want me to?
Okay, and I might add to it, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the supply chains are roughly 60 to 90 days behind. So we're, it's a major impact to this rather tight schedule initially, as as it was designed. But with the community involvement and building right next to their future homes, it's even more of an impact to the community and their expectations. And so this is why we're trying to get creative. I mean, it could be a really quick and easy announcement to this development team, and say, hey, we're just behind, and you guys are gonna have to deal with it. And that's just not the approach we want to take. We want to exhaust all options to try to get creative to maintain the overall schedule. And 60 to 90 days is the rough delay in materials right now.
And I'll just add to that, that you do start to see a ripple effect. We will not lose funding for this current project, the LIHTC funding, but if you are unable to deliver projects within a certain time frame, it knocks you out of the running for LIHTC funding in certain future years, and it also will have a negative impact as we talked about. Once the South First Street residents move into this project, we're supposed to be immediately beginning construction on South First Street Phase 2, which is also a LIHTC development with time constraints and whatnot. So anything that impacts us now has a ripple effect on future phases.
And Bill, I believe you had a question.
I didn't. Though I did have one thought. I was just curious from the applicants, what's the sediment trap? Why is it so important to be able to remove that in your sequencing, or is there any reason that couldn't just stay in place, or did I mishear you guys?
Yeah, the third building, the third of the 3 buildings, gets built on top of where the sediment trap is right now. So it has to be infilled. There's a process, obviously, of removing and infilling the sediment trap and preparing that area for the new building pad. And so the logic here was to get rid of the sediment basin, get to that third foundation, and then the burden would be on us as the contractor to build all 3 buildings at the same time once the materials became available. But it's important to us to maintain schedule, so that burden we're willing to accept.
Thanks. Yeah, that helps. Might clarify that a lot. Thanks.
Anything else? Rory.
Yeah, so the original plan was for the 2 buildings to be completely constructed, and you're maintaining that the foundations being constructed is functionally equivalent because the ground will have those stabilization measures in effect. But isn't the point, or isn't the reason that we said that they should be fully constructed, that while you're constructing the buildings, there will be heavy equipment moving around them in order to construct the buildings?
There will certainly be equipment, and there will be personnel, and there will be scaffolding. The commitment we've made to our client, to Ashley and Jay, is that we will maintain the levels of stabilization that Mr. Dawson and his team are requiring, and that in the end, we will permanently convert, if it requires, removing all of the temporary sod and the temporary mulch from the areas that we are using to complete the checklist for the conversion of the pond. If we are having to remove that and reinstall the permanent areas, that's what we'll do.
I'm sorry, didn't Mr. Collins just say that there would be permanent stabilization prior to the removal of the drainage pool?
Yeah, there will be, and then we'll have to, it'll be,
We'll re-permanent.
yeah, it'll be muddy grass, and we'll put in new green grass right prior to opening up the complex. Yeah, that's the.
And Ryan, we don't have the exhibit anymore, but a lot of those buildings are also surrounded by the parking area that I know will be utilized, I imagine, for materials, and probably as much as you can get the heavier equipment in there versus the sod areas. I don't know. You might want to speak to that.
Yeah, it's a very tight, logistically tight site as it is. Every square inch of parking area is going to be needed to construct the third building, even if we didn't have a material shortage or a need to talk about this. We still are going to need every square inch that we have out there to be able to finish the project. So we're fully prepared to permanently redo any kind of sod areas, any kind of parking areas. I mean, we're gonna freshen the place up before we deliver the project. But we are gonna need the entire project to get it done.
And so it sounds like you're not okay with the initially proposed alternative condition from staff that would require a stone construction entrance. What's the issue with that?
It's not that we're not okay with it. The stone construction entrance, I think, was the code that was kicked back as if we are less than 10 feet from the building perimeter to the back of curb or to the parking area, that was the means of stabilization. That was how I read the response. All the other areas were, we call it super silt fence, which is silt fence backed with chain link backing all the way around the perimeter of the building. And it makes for the feasibility of construction. It makes it difficult. And I understand that there may be concern that a typical silt fence behind the curb, and I apologize if it was worded inappropriately, not behind sidewalk, behind the curb of the parking lot, that is going to be a challenge to keep maintained, but we're up to the challenge. And so we felt like the 3 levels of filtration protection, one being the the filtration of the permanent sod, even though it's a temporary permanency, the sod filtration through potentially the silt fence behind the curb, potential filtration. And then if that made it across and into the parking area, by design, that all of that water is intended to sheet across the parking area, and then we'd have inlet protection before it ever made it into the storm system on the lower side of the parking area as well. So we felt like we had like kind of a trifecta of protection, and that was the intent. We're open to suggestions from Mr. Dawson's office. We just want to make sure that we can continue forward and keep the schedule on this project.
Yeah, I think we just need a reasonable way that we're able to actually access those building foundations and do the construction. That was our one issue.
And so do you think the city is being unreasonable that another locality would have approved your ESC plan?
I don't think the city is being unreasonable at all. I think that that we're in trying times now, and I think that everyone's got to think outside of the box a little bit. You know, we're doing this on behalf of our client. You know, this doesn't affect Breeden construction one way or another. It really is about the client, and it's about the clientele, and it's about the city of Charlottesville, and we are coming in to try to make an impact and a positive one. And you know, we want to get creative, and we're asking you guys to do the same. You know, it really doesn't. It really is just an extension of a schedule, an unfortunate result of a pandemic that we're all very, very familiar with. So,
and I would just add, I mean, I'm in full support of Lisa's analysis of this situation, that we get ourselves in trouble when we try to put too many details into the critical slope waiver conditions. That if we, you know, I think you all have already granted Mr. Dawson the authority to apply whatever measures he sees necessary on the site. And if you have a critical slope condition, that goes all the way to city council. So you can't adapt at all as things come up. So I think those are best left to, you know, the technical staff members to achieve as necessary, and keep your conditions more general as possible while granting the necessary authority to staff to handle it.
All right, and last question, why did you bust through your limited disturbance as built?
This is the first I'm hearing about it tonight. So I'm curious, Mr. Dawson, maybe you can help me understand that one.
Sure. I don't think I can share pictures or anything at this point in time, but and to touch on something I believe Ms. Davies said, most of the mass grading is done on the site. Just discuss about not disturbing steep slopes, but there is storm drain outfall construction, which is required, which is where the survey bust is. And then I believe you're done the sewer work down there, but there is disturbance to the slope still. And that's the area where they went outside the LOD. As I understand it, it looks like just the LOD was too tight to the creek. Again, there was a survey bust down there. So it's, when you have issues like that, when you're trying to put a 10-foot wide machine in what's 6 feet, you have issues. I paced it off today. They probably went about 20 feet outside the LOD. If you walk down the hill towards the creek, we're talking about 5 feet away from the creek. I'm a little concerned that nobody got our notice to comply, because I got that email. Maybe it was too big, because we had many, many pictures on there. But the LOD, again, one of the requirements is that the LOD be staked in the field. And you can quite clearly see there's 2 Jersey barriers like 14 feet away from the LOD. It looks like there was probably not the turning radius to get a machine down there and back it back up. I don't know, I wasn't there, but it's very clearly that was, and there was sediment discharge to Pops Branch, which is what we're trying to avoid. It's quite clearly done. We certainly could have issued a stop work order immediately. That's not what we did. But I can't speak to why they went outside the LOD. I can only venture a guess.
Thanks.
Any more questions?
I had a quick question. Still trying to wrap my head around all the details, but as I'm sure most other people are. But I think the applicant mentioned they were going to complete the foundations for building 1 and 2 prior to building 3. And what would the difference be from a sediment control lens if those buildings had the exteriors completed as well? You know, what is the difference there by having the foundations instead of the full building?
Just wouldn't be working on the permanent stabilization. if the siding and the roofing and the window installation, if everything were done and the building totally building envelope complete, we wouldn't be working as much around the building. What we're proposing is that there will be considerable construction to complete the envelope and framing around the building on the not permanent stabilization, but temporary permanent stabilization is essentially our point.
Right. What would we like to do with this? Would we like to, would we like to make a motion to adopt the item 4 that's been recommended by the applicant? Would we like to adopt the item 4 recommended by Jack, which doesn't work for the applicant? Would we like to reject the waiver? What would the body like to do with this?
So
I have a motion.
Please.
I move that we strike condition 4.
I'll look for a second, then I'm going to ask Jack a question. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that motion. And yeah, again, I'd like to pose the question to Jack of, it sounds like condition 4, no, the plan they proposed would not be approved as an E&S plan by you. So do you feel that condition 1 gives you the authority you need without a condition 4? Or do you feel that there needs to be a condition 4? And if so, the one proposed by the applicant, the one proposed by you, another one that's more general?
That was the question. Thank you.
Yeah, it said Ringden. Condition 4, again, this is a great example of why we probably shouldn't hash all this out here, because I would, even if you struck condition 4, I would require something awfully darn close to condition 4 unless there was further mitigation or provided in the plan. So yes, I think that there's enough authority there that we can make this happen.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second, and we've got an answer from Jack. Ms. Creasy, you probably need to poll the board.
Sure. Mr. Lehindro?
Aye.
Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye.
Mr. Abab?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Ms. Russell?
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Aye. Right, the steep slope waiver is approved again.
Thank you so
Don't
much
come
for
back,
your time
Ashley.
tonight.
Don't
Take care.
come back.
Please just note that's a recommendation that will be forwarded to council.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Right, the next item on the docket, the last item, I believe, is a presentation by the HAC. And I believe that's being led by Sunshine and Dan and Mr. Rice. Oh, he's in. We've let him in. Great. Thank you, gentlemen. This took us a little later than I promised to get to you, but we've gotten to you. So you've got the ball. I'm not sure who's leading, but please take off.
Thank you, planning commissioners and city councilors, if anyone is still here. What we're going to talk about tonight is a presentation that was made in one form, and this is a slightly iterated version that you'll see now was made in one form at the HAC and has evolved a tiny bit. But I'm going to, for the moment, read through kind of a prepared set of notes, and then we have some images to show that kind of illustrate what we're referring to. So I'm going to start with a bit of a preamble. So over the last few weeks, Dan Rosenzweig and I have listened to and attended a variety of community-based and neighborhood meetings focused on the future land use map. The proposal we are going to discuss tonight reflects our effort to distill the common ground from the spectrum of insights, concerns, and hopes that we've heard. Consistently across all the discussions, we've heard the following. We've heard common praise for protecting and preserving historically Black and low-income neighborhoods. We've heard common support for addressing affordability broadly across the city, and that most everyone is okay with future affordable housing in their neighborhoods. And lastly, we've heard common concern that density for density's sake alone doesn't serve anyone well. So that's the preamble, and a couple of caveats that I wanted before I launch into the framework concepts. The framework proposal that I'm about to share acknowledges the fundamental truth that growth and change is inevitable in Charlottesville, and we cannot control this. What we can do is guide the character and purpose of the growth. The framework also acknowledges that existing neighborhoods are always experiencing change. If not in built form, then change is evident through dramatically increasing home values, which result in a changing arc over time of who can afford to live there. The proposal is a framework only. Our effort has been focused on establishing common ground that can be used as a purposeful, vision-driven foundation to guide the city's future. This foundation will require subsequent detailed analysis and discussions through the zoning update and other topics. And lastly, the framework that we're proposing will rely on the future land use map being a living document. We, the collective we, will never be able to detail a vision that fully accounts for all future outcomes. The future land use map must be able to adapt and refine over time. So with that as a preamble, here are the core concepts that build on those three common threads that I referred to earlier. The first key concept in our proposal is that to create a new low-intensity residential land use category, using the language that's currently already in place that the consultants have put forth. So we're just repurposing it to low-intensity residential. This land use would be the base land use for historically Black and low-income neighborhoods to reduce development pressures by essentially keeping in place the existing density allowances in these neighborhoods. The second key concept in our proposal is that all other residential portions of the city would have a base land use of the currently proposed general residential land use category. Recognizing that growth has been historically accommodated on the backs of low-income neighborhoods, this would shift growth patterns to higher income areas to some extent. In effect, all residential areas of the city would have a base land use of either low-intensity residential or general residential. And then under the principles of all kinds of housing for all kinds of people in all kinds of places and density with purpose, higher intensity land uses would be allowable if and only if affordable housing is part of any higher intensity development. Functionally, as a layer on top of the base land uses, this proposal recommends that medium intensity residential be a by right use in all residential parts of the city if and only if affordable housing is part of a proposed development. This recommendation privileges affordable housing and guides density with purpose in all neighborhoods. Further, the proposal also recommends that high intensity residential be a by right land use in specific scale and context appropriate parts of the city, if and only if affordable housing is part of any proposed development. Importantly, governed by practical constraints, topography, lot sizes, infrastructure, etc., we fully anticipate the need for gradations of middle intensity and high intensity residential allowances in different parts of the city. Again, our proposal is intended to establish common principles that that set the stage for the next level of detailing. In particular, one of the most important set of details that will need to be worked through is the specifics of affordability. This proposal does not yet tackle these details. Recognizing that each detail has both community impact and financial impact, this detailing process needs to determine 1, the minimum percentage of affordable units in a particular development, 2, the depth of affordability of those units, and 3, the length of time those units must stay affordable. In closing, I have 2 additional key comments. This framework does not address every concern of every neighborhood, and fundamentally no proposal ever will. What our framework does is set forth a practical vision for growth with purpose, privileging affordability as a central tenet of the city's future. And lastly, this proposal recognizes that a good land use policy and well-crafted zoning structures are necessary, but are wholly insufficient ingredients in guiding the city to one that works for everyone. Good land use and effective zoning must be coupled with the full panoply of other necessary interventions as laid out in the recently adopted Affordable Housing Plan: adequate funding, rapid redevelopment approval processes, tenant protections, etc. With that, unless Dan, you wanted to add anything, we can jump into the visuals. So I believe Joe or somebody has the visuals, if we can put them up on the screen. Thank you. So what you're seeing right now is the current version of the current proposed version of the future land use map as the consultants have constructed it. Next slide, please. What you're seeing now is sort of a photoshopped rendering of an illustration of the principles we just laid out. We're not suggesting that this is the final map. What we're trying to do is illustrate those core principles. So you'll notice a couple of things. One is that we've added that low intensity residential category. And it's a little bit difficult to tell. Hopefully people's screens at home can see this, but it's sort of a peach color. We've done just a very cursory effort at drawing an area around what could be the identified historically Black and low-income neighborhoods, but that requires some refinement and detailing for sure. And then the remainder of the city, the residential portions of the city, are highlighted as general residential. If you can go to the next slide, you can see the two images side by side to illustrate the differences. That's the crux of it. It's a pretty simple concept to kind of sets forth a pretty, I think, potent vision that we've been sharing this off and on with a variety of neighborhoods who have requested it. At the hack, of course, itself, we've had individual conversations with some city councilors, some planning commissioners, other folks, just to highlight what we're trying to talk about. And hopefully it feels like it has some resonance. That we've certainly heard that from a number of directions. Dan, anything you wanted to add?
Joe, if you would put it back on normal view, that'd be great. All right, we in our pre-meeting, we agreed that we just go from left to right, 5 minutes with questions and or comments. So let's begin with Bill. Did we lose Bill? We may have lost
I'm
Bill.
here.
Oh, there
No,
you are.
I'm here. I don't have too many comments. It's a very interesting proposal in light of what we've been discussing up till now. So I think it's gonna, it probably, it'll be interesting to see what place this has. I think one, comment, I was thinking, this as an overlay versus not losing sight of maybe some of those neighborhood nodes that were being contemplated to maybe be a little more dense. You don't want to lose sight of some of that. So visually, maybe there's a way of accommodating those two concepts. But beyond that, I'll leave it to the rest of you guys to discuss.
Great, helpful. Liz.
Are we also at this point reviewing the proposed few additional layers, or because that's in our packet, the medium intensity and the higher intensity by right if affordable? Are we just talking about the?
We can talk about that as well. Dan, when I asked you that question, you gave a pretty good answer. You gave me a pretty clarifying answer about the other maps and the intention of putting that in the packets.
I did.
You did. You don't remember the answer? I think it was just intended to be illustrative of what might happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So one thing to point out is that this is really a concept and a framework, and so some of the things that we discussed when the consultants followed up with us is that there may be areas of the city, for example, where they really don't want to be they don't really want to be general residential, but they're really the areas of the city. And I'm not going to name specific places, but we kind of know, a lot of people sort of know where they are, where you really don't want to put the extra restrictions on them, where you just really sort of want density, intensity, and volume to happen. Perhaps areas, well, again, I won't name specific areas because I don't want to get into that, but ours is just a framework. The other thing I would say is that I think defining the general land use categories is really important. In the memo where it says that it would keep existing densities into place in the low-income neighborhoods, my sense is that probably a rewrite of what that, rather than just replicating R1, it wants to be a rewrite of what that is. It could be more restrictive in some ways, but probably less restrictive, allowing folks in that neighborhood to gain equity while avoiding displacement. So I really don't think it really serves us all that well to go into the details at this point. I think what we're looking for is to see if there's general traction on the part of the Planning Commission to direct the consultants to, if not run with this concept, but to utilize this framework for thinking about next steps and advancing the flow.
Okay. Well, I'm generally supportive of this framework and the direction it's going, and I actually had that concern of preserving a neighborhood and community, but also not capping, wealth accumulation, right? And that balance. But my question was how you would employ a possible incentive for the affordability, and I think that incentive wants to be an overlay as opposed to a zoning designation. But we're not really looking at the same materials that were in our packet, so I don't know if that question even applies.
I mean, one thing to consider, we've had a couple of conversations with the consultants over the last 4 to 5 weeks around this concept. And one of the initial comments from the consultants is that they had been planning on some level to address the question of affordability requirements or some form of inclusionary zoning or something along those lines in the zoning stage of the process. But because the land use map has gotten, certainly a lot of attention and has gotten intense in lots of different ways, it became appropriate to bring that level of conversation around affordability in at the land use map level. But it will absolutely be more detailed at the zoning level once it gets to that point.
I would just add to encourage looking at a counterpart or corollary overlay or designation or whatever that also incentivizes rehab or renovations for affordability.
I would agree. Thanks for bringing that up, Liz, because we've certainly heard that a couple of times as well, that prioritizing preservation of existing structures as opposed to tear downs is one of the ways to help preserve both character and also ideally protect low-income neighborhoods even further.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Habib, any feedback for the consultants regarding this? Any questions?
I think is Rory after?
Oh, I keep doing that. Rory.
Well, we don't have to go in order. We don't have chairs anymore.
Please, let's not go in
order. It helps me remember who I haven't gotten to. So Rory, please.
Yeah, this is the question period. Clear? Or
but it's just question. We're doing it all. You got 5 minutes to do it all.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think so. What I like best about this proposal is that we're kind of marrying the text that we've talked about before with the map, which I think is the thing that everyone pays attention to. I think in the affordable housing plan, it says explicitly under the multifamily by right zoning, establish a mandatory inclusionary zoning policy as part of any revision to the multifamily zoning. And so to me, I think it does make a lot of sense to add that directly into our descriptions in the map. And I also think it makes a lot of sense to allow that possibility of medium scale apartments everywhere with that requirement for affordability. And that saves us a lot of kind of fine-grained picking out things on the map versus just letting that go to the site plan requirements and making sure that for lots where that's proposed, the infrastructure is actually in place and the physical constraints are in place and it's doable. So I guess my question for you guys is, is your sense of this that the goal is to create the maximum number of affordable units or the maximum percentage of affordable units, even if that means a lower amount?
For me, it's two things. It's qualitative and quantitative. So I think that you can't do a mapping exercise without thinking about the history of the map and the intentionality of the zoning map to calcify what had been put in place with restrictive covenants. And to me, what is really important as somebody who's a champion of affordable housing and who's also tried to develop affordable housing is that it should be available. Opportunities for affordable housing should be available throughout the city. A family zip code shouldn't be their destiny. So I think one of the primary purposes of this map is to create the conditions by which affordable housing can happen in every neighborhood. In terms of percentage versus maximum, I'm really sort of focused on the delta. I'm not as concerned about the percentage as I am the fact that our own data says that by 2040, we're going to need 4,000 new units or interventions in the city alone and 12,000 in the region. If the, if overall densities go up, that's fine with me, provided there's infrastructure in place, et cetera. But I'm really focused on equity.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point about making every neighborhood accessible. And I think it kind of gets into a big worry whenever you talk about IZ. It's like, it's very easy to make an IZ ordinance that effectively bans any development by making it completely infeasible. Marin County, California, for example, claims they care about affordable housing by having a very strict inclusionary zoning ordinance in order to stop all development in practice. And so what I also like about this proposal is that it lets us kind of turn that dial to say, we want to make sure that projects are able to pencil in every neighborhood. And then in sensitive neighborhoods that have historically kind of been disenfranchised in the zoning process, we can crank that dial up to protect them. I would say, I think sensitive neighborhood or sensitive residential is a better description than low intensity, given that in the overlay, medium is available and in existing conditions, there are plexes all throughout every neighborhood in the city. So, to me, I think it will be really important, and I think this is a zoning ordinance step to really carefully calibrate that and to make sure that we set numbers that make things work, and so that we can have affordable housing produced in every neighborhood, even the highest opportunity neighborhoods, and even especially the highest opportunity neighborhoods. And I'd add, in addition to the three numbers you guys talked about, in the affordable housing plan, it talks about some additional levers that we can pull in order to make inclusionary zoning work. This is page like 94, to offset lost rental income, you could have a tax rebate, for example. Just real estate tax is going to be about $150 a month on a $200,000 assessed unit. We can use those, especially where the math gets hard, in order to make things pencil. But I think it's a proposal that makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good base for how we look at this whole thing in the future. And I think it simplifies things a lot and is a good framework. So thank you for it.
Mr. Bob.
Sorry, can I add one quick question or one quick comment to Rory's piece around the inclusionary zoning? Sorry, this is Sunshine, Hosea. Sure. Just quickly on the point around making that balance, you're absolutely right. Projects have to pencil or they won't happen, right? And so there's part of the work that the consultants will have to bring to the table is the economists to help drive those equations appropriately. And but as you pointed out, there are other tools to use to counterbalance some of the financial impacts. And using New York City as an example, they have a very strong inclusionary zoning policy, but every project that has inclusion, all the units in a project that are affordable automatically get a property tax forbearance or reduction to counterbalance that financial impact to make it easier to pencil. So there's plenty of precedent for that.
All right, let's keep rolling. Mr. Bob.
I agree with all the other with Liz and Rory that I'm generally supportive of the concept of the overlay. I think having that language would be very, very helpful. I mean, taking into consideration an earlier application we approved, having this in place gives us the ability to enforce affordable housing in medium, I guess equivalent of like R2, R3 zoning. I also am curious, I guess, just throwing that out there, exploring home ownership also as a way to, I don't know how that would fit in or that could be added into anything or where that fits in the steps exactly, but that I think is an important part of the affordability of Charlottesville generally. And having the people that, live here also own property here.
Thanks. Mr. Soliates.
This has been much on my mind. I've been shaking my neighbors in 10th and Page trying to get some opinions. They're a quiet group. They're suspicious and with reason. There's reasons. They're concerned. There's fear, and I feel that fear too. This is in many ways downzoning all the historically Black and low-income areas was sort of a time bomb, and it's exploding. Does keeping it all R1 stop it from exploding? Probably not. Does replacing it all with 12-unit apartments solve it? Probably not. Unclear. And frankly, I don't think we can solve that with the land use map or zoning. I think that's a subsidy story. I understand the desire to solve everything with a land use map and never get to zoning, but good God, we've got to get to zoning. I like the overlay concept a lot. I think it's better than inclusionary zoning. I think if we had the Cambridge example early on in the process, probably we would have had that in the affordable housing plan explicitly. I think that's the right way to go once we're in zoning. In general, I'm reluctant to make major changes to the future land use map to start everybody over again. Like people are getting used to this plan. I don't want to, shake them too much. Let's see if I can get one more. Making an explicit connection to affordable housing in the future land use map, I think is a good idea, and probably we should have done it. That makes sense to me. Penciling, very important. I pushed the consultants on this during the housing plan because it occurred to me too, and the Hack had been talking about it. They were concerned that it would only pencil for very high density. So not like 8 units, like 30 units, like 50 units. There the numbers make sense. For little stuff, no. For like a duplex, you're joking. Rich people have money. Rich people can build mansions by right. They're doing it now. They're gonna keep doing it. We're not going to solve that with a downzoning. That's what I've got.
Mr. Lindrum.
So I'm not, I'm just thick-headed. I'm not seeing limits on units, number of units, number of stories, heights. Is there presumption that what the consultants are recommending for general and medium intensity carried over to your proposal?
Yeah, we did not tackle that range of issues, recognizing that getting to that level of detail, there may still be work that needs to be done to refine those categories and potentially nuance them in different parts of the city, but that's not what we were talking about. So for the moment, you can assume that the consultants' definitions hold for this proposal as well.
Okay, because so the problems I'm having with the consultant's recommendations are carried over also. With things like who establishes whether a development is compatible with the within the context? What are the benchmarks? What are the requirements? Is it done on a project by project basis based upon the context directly around that project, or is it done by a zoning district or a district of some kind? Yeah, okay. So you answer my question. That's I like the general idea, but we still have a lot of work to do with the original proposal and what carries over to this one.
So just the word to the consultants as it relates to how I feel about this. Density for the sake of density is dumb. Density with a purpose, density that is smart, density, to borrow from Sunshine, density that privileges affordability is good. And the overlay, as it has been presented, does just that. It provides density with a purpose, the purpose being affordability. The protection of low-income communities and the African-American community from disbursement as a result of not being able to afford to live there anymore, as a result of gentrification, is important. And I think the map, as they have outlined, it does that as well. We also need to begin thinking about protecting, I think Sunshine alluded to that when in his back and forth with Liz. We need to make sure that we protect the historical edifices in our city, and we protect the historical areas. So that needs to be built into whatever we do. But we are focusing now on just the future land use map. So we should not be thinking about numbers. So we should not be attempting to define what affordability is, what 80% AMI, 30% AMI, 10% AMI. That will happen when we get to the ordinance and the zoning ordinance. We should not be thinking about how long affordability should last in a given development. That will happen in the ordinance. We should not be thinking about how many units, how many affordable units need to be involved in a given overlay development. That needs to happen in the zoning ordinance. But the thing that if we decide to move forward with this, and frankly, at the end of the day, I think we're going to have a hybrid of what the HAC's come up with and what our consultants have already come up with, and what Jody and his colleagues came up with 4 years ago. It'll be a hybrid. But at the end of the day, I do think the one thing that needs to be a part of anything we submit to council is the overlay concept. That has to be implicit in the map. And it has to be, the map needs to come with verbiage that says we will have overlays, and these overlays will, as Sunshine says, privilege affordability. And again, we get to the numbers when we get to the the zoning ordinance rewrite. So that's my thought about what the HAC has presented tonight. Any other thoughts? I'm wondering if Michael or Heather have any reaction to what they've seen from the HAC.
Yeah, this is Michael here. My thoughts would be similar to what I expressed at the HAC meeting. I think the overall framework is a good one, and I think it's a good framework for addressing some of the concerns a lot of people had about ensuring that density is actually promoting affordability to the maximum possible extent. The only concerns I have to do more with the details in the framework. In particular, just depending on how the details, only have a concern that just make sure we don't end up in a situation where projects don't pencil out and we have a de facto downzoning for some neighborhoods that had racial covenants and redlining, and that we're not inadvertently doing a de facto downzoning in some of those areas because projects don't pencil out. And then likewise, how do we ensure that we're actually monitoring and keeping units affordable as part of the requirements of any overlay? But as was said earlier, those are questions beyond the land use map, so will be, I'm sure, addressed at a later date.
I wonder if I could address Councilor Payne just real quick. I think that's really savvy and really smart. The one thing I can say is you can't downzone from R1. As far
That's
as
true. I should say downzoning compared to the land use map.
Most of Charlottesville is already R1, which is the least intensive land use there is. So so even general residential is a step up. If nothing else changed other than that, that is still a step up.
Definitely, and I guess it'd be more accurate de facto downzoning from the land use map without an overlay versus with the overlay. Gotcha. But that's very true that no matter what, it's an improvement there.
And Heather, did you want to speak?
Sorry, I froze there for a minute. No, I would just, I think I share a lot of the things that have already been raised. The devil is in the details, and that is to follow. Specifically, getting to what Commissioner Lehendra was saying around just making sure that we have the right structures in place, that whatever we do, because I do believe there's a lot of appropriate places to add density in the city, but that it is in context with what's surrounding the locations, and what are those procedures going to look like to ensure there is that kind of accountability. But in general, I think this framework is definitely stepping us in a direction that I think that the community can coalesce around. But there's still a lot more work to be done, but really appreciate the efforts from those leading this and bringing it forward for our consideration. So thank you.
And I wonder if, Rory, go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess I just second that, clearly, like the real details of levels and all that needs to be pushed to the zoning ordinance rewrite where we'll have the math done. But it is also important now to basically, for your small projects that are just getting into this overlay, in determining what your base level is, you're going to be setting those levels implicitly, right? So if general residential allows triplexes, if you're building a fourplex, you're saying that it has to be 25% affordable, which might preclude fourplexes altogether. And so I think while the bulk of the details should be pushed out later, there is some amount that you should need to be thinking about now. And I think, we've heard from Click in particular that general residential, I think especially maybe outside of sensitive neighborhoods, should be pushed up to fourplexes or fiveplexes. That would make the fifth or the sixth unit the affordable one, which gets you down to a percentage that I think from IZs that I've seen kind of makes sense. It might make sense to say it's the fifth unit normally, and then it's the sixth unit if you preserve the existing building, something like that. And then when you're looking at like the 12s, is it the ninth unit that's affordable? Is it the eighth unit? Is it the 10th unit? Like that, I think, is the sort of thing that will change once we're hammering out the details. But we do need to think about that now. And the only other thing I'd add is, like, there's no reason to me not to say this, also have this inclusionary requirement when you're building, X number of townhomes or single family homes, right? Like if you look at Payne's Mill, the by right single family homes being built, I mean, if you're building dozens of homes, like, why shouldn't it apply? So to the extent that this is legally possible, I would say it's any development of that number of units or more. And so if you're building 2 townhomes on what was a lot, I think that's, that should fall under general residential. If you're building, 5, that's when the overlay kicks in. But those are just my thoughts.
Wondered if Jennifer, Dina, or Ron have any input, any questions, any concerns, any pushback?
Our goal with being here tonight was to listen to what you all were thinking on this map. So we haven't, prepared any comments on it. We have, as Sunshine, I think, mentioned, we have met with at least Dan and Sunshine a couple of times just to make sure we understood what was being proposed. But and I appreciated, like Sunshine said, some of these thoughts about an overlay we have, in the chapter of the comprehensive plan as sort of part of the next step with zoning at a really high level. So I think what we'll do is, take into account what you all have brought forward and see if there's a way that makes sense to bring a piece of that, some level of that into this land use map component, or make it more clear on the map as we move forward what the expectation will be. I guess, Lee, Dina, Ron, do you have anything you'd like to add to that? I'm going to say that's a no, so thank you.
The only thing I'll ask you to do is I'll reiterate that if we decide to move forward with the overlay, that we embed the overlay into the future land use map. So we memorialize that so that I'm hoping this council will have a chance to vote on the future land use map, and the overlay concept will be more memorialized in that when we move forward into the next council, into the zoning ordinances and all that stuff.
Thank you.
Alex, Mitzi, anything? Is that a no, Mitzi?
I think, yeah, I think we met with Dan and Sunshine and the consultant team, to go through the proposal. I think the planning commission, should ask, not mandate, should ask the consultant team to review the proposal and see whether there are elements of the proposal that can be incorporated into the future land use map. Secondly, I think whatever product that comes out of our process has to be something that the market can respond to. So we don't want to do come up with something at the end of the day. The developers are not going to respond to it. So whatever we come up with, we have to be conscious about that and make sure that the market will respond to it.
That's a very good point. One of the things I meant to ask is, have we chatted with any developers about this? Because you're right. They may not come,
Yeah,
and they may not build it.
We at least two of the representatives that presented this are non-profit developers. So in a way, we've talked to developers, but the private developers, we haven't talked to them, and then know what their reactions are.
Yeah, I totally agree. We need to get their input before we move forward.
So,
and there may be other ways to accomplish the goal. Maybe if the premise of the overlay is something that is appropriate for residential in general, perhaps it is not an overlay. Perhaps it is a portion of the ordinance that any residential area could take advantage of. And that would even more so simplify an understanding. I don't know what that would look like, but there is potential for meeting the framework ideals potentially in a different way.
Yep. And hence my belief that at the end of the day, we'll have a hybrid of all three plans, all three land use maps that we work through.
Chair Mitchell, can I just ask one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to kind of ground the public, as well as, I guess I'm a stakeholder in this too. What are the timelines does Planning Commission anticipate taking with this broader process of the comprehensive plan over the next 6 months? Like, what, just so that we can manage expectations of the public as it continues to weigh in.
Alex.
I think following the Planning Commission meeting on June 29th, I I think we are looking at this coming to the Planning Commission maybe around November or late October, and then to the City Council between November and December. So we might.
It would be really good if we could, get this done. We could get this done in October, so council has time to either say yes or bounce it back and get it back to that. I really want this council to move on this.
Yeah, your point is well taken.
I don't want to have to educate
the timeline. The timeline, yeah, the timeline we discussed is not firm yet. You know, we are just taking certain things into consideration, but your feedback is very important. And then we have to revisit that. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with the consultant team, so that will be one of our topic of discussion.
So is it fair to say that it'll be in front of the Planning Commission before it's in a final form to be presented to the Planning Commission between now and October, November timeframe?
Yeah.
Just because the public just wants to know what, I mean, they're waiting to see something slightly different in some form or another. And obviously what's being presented here is something different, but it's nothing that we've landed on. Right now, we're still with that same map, which I agree was the right approach. But I think at some point, we're going to want to have something out in front of the public before it gets to the Planning Commission for a final vote.
Thank you.
I think that definitely that's going to happen. You know, the consultant team, they're currently based on the outcome of the Planning Commission meeting on June 29th and feedback from City Council 221. You know, they've started taking a serious look in terms of adjustments. You know, and once they have a final draft, we have another engagement process, you know, and then subsequently the Planning Commission and then City Council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Sunshine, Bill, Dan, thank you. A lot of work went into this. Our consultants have done Herculean work, but this kind of complements what they've done, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Giving us the time and the consideration, really appreciate it.
Thanks. Is there any other business we need to cover? Ms. Creasy, we have no work session currently scheduled, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wow, we get a day off.
To the beach.
I'm on my way. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second? There's a second. We are adjourned. Thank you, guys. I really
Good
appreciate
night,
it.
everyone. Thank you for your
Thank you.
service.